I don't think I have much time left, but I will try my best to save Hinamizawa because wonderful people like you live there. No, Rena, I am not going to let them take over this village. I will fight so I can regain the peaceful days we had. I will defeat their conspiracy. She said that she trusted me, but she didn't understand anything I was saying. Even if I kept telling her that the conspiracy was Takano-san's delusion, it would not reach her. Thank you, Keiichi-kun. Thank you for forgiving me. I do. I forgive you. So, please forgive me for what I did to you. I'm going to save Hinamizawa, I promise. So, Keiichi-kun, will you help me? I trust you. Only you, Keiichi-kun. We can save Hinamizawa together. Rena, Rena. I knew how bad of a corner Rena was driven into. If I was her, I'd be walking around with a baseball bat, thinking every single person around me was my enemy. Rena cared about me so much, but I saw her as my worst enemy. But Rena, you still trust me, even when you were driven to this bad of a corner. I couldn't understand what you were saying. I beat you to death while you kept telling me to trust you. But you are different. You still trust me. You are so. Why are you crying? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll never betray you. I trust you, Rena. So, please forgive me. I don't know what you're talking about. You have always believed in me, Keiichi-kun. So I trust you too. I can trust you, right? You are the only one who trusts me, right? Tears fell from my eyes. I sobbed and nodded again and again to answer her. Tears welled up in Rena's eyes too. Before I knew it, we were putting our foreheads together with tears in our eyes. Well, I found a way to end this battle. Really? Yeah. I might not stand a chance, but this is the best and only resistance I can think of. Rena, I don't know what you are going to do, but if you do that, we can regain our happy days, right? We can, can't we? We have to, or I am not going to let you go anywhere. Don't worry, Keiichi-kun. It's going to be a come-from-behind victory and we will regain our happy days for sure. I don't know what she had on her mind. It began with a delusion and it would end with a delusion. If I encouraged her too much, she would twist it into an attack on her. It was like that at that time. I took Rena's goodwill as a complete opposite thing, so I stopped denying her story. This was Rena's battle. It was her lonely battle. She had to fight against her own delusion. The more we tried to help her, the more we drove her into a corner. I would always be there for her. Whenever she needed help, she could reach me. I wanted to let her know that, so I said just one thing. I am on your side until the very last moment. No matter what, I am on your side. Even if I told her to trust me, I knew she could not right now. I knew that, but I told her those words anyway. Even if she could not believe them, and if she tried to smash my head in, I would say those words. I would keep saying them until I die. Thank you, Keiichi-kun. Everything will be over tomorrow. We will win for sure. and then we can play around in the club together again with everyone. We will return to our happiest times. Although she wished to regain our happy times so badly, I could not get rid of the darkness that controlled her mind. Well, I have to go now. I have to get ready for tomorrow. To tell the truth, I did not want to let her go. I wanted to stop her even if I had to grab her arm. But I could not stop her like that. If I grabbed her arm, she would not trust me anymore. Wait, Rena, what do you have to do to get ready for tomorrow? It's a secret. I might ask you for help later. You will help me when I do, right? Of course. I nodded strongly so she could tell that I was still on her side. I did not know what her come from behind victory meant at this point. The first thing I could think of is that she was going to invade the house of the Sonozaki family, which she thought was her enemy. So I called Mion to warn her after Rena left. Mion laughed bitterly and said, "Why does everybody want us to be the bad guys so much?" But she understood the situation. It would be easier if we really did act like the bad guys. It might be better if we tied her down and took her to a hospital. If it comes to that, I guess we have no choice. But I want to believe in her until the last second. She still had the strong heart to trust me no matter how badly she had been driven into a corner. She's not like me, so I'm sure she can defeat her delusion. It's hard for this old man to understand what you and Rika-chan have been talking about these days. Did anything serious happen lately? You can say it happened lately in a way. I killed Mion a couple of days after the festival. I am sorry I have been talking crazy lately. Anyway, please do not lose confidence in Rena, alright? You know I won't. Anyone can catch a cold of the heart sometimes. It just happened to Rena this time, that's all. Well, she has a relatively high fever, but I'm sure she'll get better soon, and we can laugh about this later. It's not as bad as you think, Kei-chan. That silly Oishi admitted his mistake. He doesn't even know about you know what. So we will just say Rena overreacted a little bit, and this will be over. Really? You really think you can do that? Did you forget that I am the next head of the Sonozaki family? I have both the skill and the power to do that. This old man had a meeting with the Oishi at a restaurant today, and we cleared up all the misunderstandings. Oishi was shaking in fear the whole time. I'm pretty good, don't you think? Mion bragged about her achievement, laughing loudly. I could tell she was exaggerating a little. Anyway, compared to the sense of impending doom Rena seems to be feeling, the others seem to be taking it rather easy. It was all up to Rena now. If she understood everything, she could go back to the peaceful world she wished for. We were waiting for her to reach out to us, just like we did by the abandoned car at the garbage dump that day. Rena, I could not win, but I know you can, because you're the one who told me to have faith until the end, so I know you can win. That did not mean that she could truly win the last battle she was talking about earlier, but Rena would win. She would win and she would regain her peaceful life. I wonder if Ren is the one that's going to activate that device. You know the one I'm talking about, I'm sure. She's just sick right now. Yes, she is. Last night. Tomorrow is the day. Oh, you mean the day we die? It is going to end up the same way this time, just like the last time. I don't know about that. It's been very similar to the last one, but there were some things that were different too. Keiichi remembered what happened. That's impossible. There's no way he could remember. I mean, there's no way he could know. The more you say that's absolutely impossible, the more it makes me feel like this is a real miracle. There's nothing we can do. It is going to end up the same way again. I am not sure about that. Yes, it will. Everything will be over when the Higurashi cry. Was it all going to end anyway? The more often you throw a die, the closer the total will get to the average. When you throw a die 100 times, even if a miracle happens and you get a 6 twice or 3 times in a row, the total will average out in the end. That's a fact of statistics. But when you throw a die 100 times, the total number ranges from 100 to 600. The more you throw, the greater the likelihood that the number will converge on the average. But the truth is, the more you throw, the more possible outcomes you create. There are 500 different futures you can create by throwing a die 100 times. There are 5,000 different futures you can create by throwing a die 1,000 times. There might be one future among them that enables you to actually finish this never-ending game of dice. Keiichi showed me a miracle and taught me that it is not a waste of effort to keep throwing the die. So is that what's going on here? Is she literally a god incarnate, or does she have the god in her or something? And she's pretty much resetting the world or going to an alternate world, and that is what all the different games are about, as it's a different world and she's trying to create one where not everything goes to shit. Is that what's going on? So the majority of it is probably human stuff going on, but there is a very low undercurrent of the supernatural, and just only the fact that it's getting reset, and yeah. So it's not so much she can see the future, it's just that she's reset it so many times or something. Don't give in to something like an average. You think we will never have a different ending, don't you? I can tell because it is written all over your face. I think so too. I think we are going to have the same ending this time again. But I am not going to give up hope until I throw the die for the last time. Keiichi taught me that. Something is going to be different this time. I will try to believe in that. Rika, you are a very strong person. Yeah, I know. That is because I am a lot younger than you. Rika, why are you still awake? It's not good to stay up so late. I'm sorry. I could not sleep, so I was just looking at the stars. I am going to bed now. Please do. Good night, Rika. Good night, Satoko. Walking with only me onto school made me miss Rena a lot. What's wrong, Kei-chan? Why are you looking around? What? Oh, nothing. It was the same old path to school. I felt nervous for some reason. I wondered what Rena meant when she said she was going to win a come-from-behind victory last night. I could not stop feeling like something dangerous was going to happen. Rena thought Mion was one of her enemies. She could be lying in wait to attack Mion with a knife. Don't worry, Rena isn't going to do something as rash as that. Even if she does, I can protect myself. Mion said brightly, as if trying to tell me she was not afraid of anything. But I could not be optimistic like her, because I knew exactly what Rena was going through. Rena must be determined by now, and she probably wouldn't mind dying fighting against Mion if she wasn't going to win anyway. Of course, that did not mean she was definitely going to take violent action, but I could not deny the possibility either. This old man is more concerned about the reason why Rena went crazy all of a sudden. Was there any reason? I remembered. The tragedy. I could not remember what made the world go crazy, but I remembered we got lost in that awfully scary world. It started with small things, and those small things continued to pile up one after another. If you thought about it calmly, you would laugh, because it was really a stupid thing. But once those little tiny stupid things started to bother you, you could not ignore them. It was that kind of disease, if you could call it one. But there must have been a reason. There must have been a reason that made the world go crazy. But it must be such a small thing that you could not even notice. And unfortunately, the reason was very difficult to understand, and you wouldn't be able to figure it out until you died. I have a relative who is a doctor. He said that if you have a tumor in specific parts of your brain, it can change your personality, make you a totally different person. People who suffered from this disease used to be considered haunted by devils or possessed by foxes. People dramatized it like it was something occult. You mean Rena is suffering from a physical disease in her brain? In her case, it might be better to say that it is a mental disease. Rena was upset and mentally unstable because of the murder of Rena and Teppei. At that time, that stupid Oishi told her about what happened to Tomitake-san in an exaggerated way. I think Oishi-san and Takano-san's scrapbooks have many things in common. Really? Like what? Well, he believes in the series of mysterious deaths of Hinamizawa. But that's a delusion, isn't it? I mean, something actually did happen for 5 years in a row. But I think there is no series of murders in the first place. It was true that the mysterious incidents happened 5 years in a row, but they were each solved individually. It was the same as a past you did not need to talk about. We thought of them as a series of mysterious deaths, which is why we thought something was going to happen this year too. It led us to think that there was a conspiracy, and that the Sonosaki family was behind it. We connect those things to the series of mysterious deaths, but we should not do that in the first place. Just like I tried to keep my distance from Rena when I found out about her dark past. Wasn't everybody trying to keep their distance from the dark past of Hinamizawa? Takano-san's scrapbooks are a good example. She dramatized both recent incidents and old cruel history. And she made feasible stories out of them, saying that the Sonosaki family was behind it all. Oishi-san did the same thing too. He was so convinced that the Sonosaki family was behind it all that was making him interpret things the wrong way. In that sense, we could say Oishi-san believed in the same delusion as Rena. I think the Sonosaki family is partially accountable for that because you guys act like you are behind it every time something happens. In this village, people think it's the doing of the Sonosaki family whenever something strange happens. It's like a magic word that makes everything settle down. It's like those people who say they can explain all phenomena in this world with plasma. Oh, and what is that supposed to mean? Are you saying all this is the Sonosaki family's fault? Exactly. It is all your fault. So I will call you Plasma Mion from now on. Or Plasmion. You are now Plasmion. That sounds like a wrestler's name. Well, I like professional wrestlers. Hey, K-chan, do you know what abdominal stretching is? Stop. I don't want to wrestle with you in this hot freaking weather. That hurts. Good morning, Keiichi-san. Good morning. Satoko and Rika-chan looked a little sad when they saw only the two of us. If the three of us came to school together like always, they would have been really happy. But our classmates were as noisy as usual. Nobody seemed to make a big deal about Rena's absence. Chie-sensei was going to be here soon, and she would start morning homeroom. Everyone was fooling around as if they did not want to miss a second of the time until then. Something stinks today. Close the windows. Silly, it will be hotter in here if we do that. It smelled like gasoline or something, and it really stank. Oh, shit. Someone from the Forestry Service must have been putting gasoline into the construction equipment or something. Or somebody poured gasoline all around the school and is about to light it up. Some students near the windows were making a fuss because they wanted to close the windows to shut out the smell. Our school wasn't a normal school compared to others. We were using a part of the Forestry Service building. The unusual things like this happen sometimes. This is nothing. I remember they once brought a few big piles of juniper branches. That was awful. It had this distinct irritating odor that gave us all headaches. Does it? Interesting. What is a juniper? Meep. That's the name of a vegetable. We sometimes put it in curry. Wait, you do? I feel like I've vaguely heard of juniper bushes before, but I didn't realize it was in curry. Now I'm curious. I like knowing new things. Juniper. Coniferous tree, is it? Hmm. You should look for it next time you go grocery shopping. I know a little about vegetables, but it sounds like it would be better to make Rika and Keiichi-san taste it first, just in case. What? Our ball is missing. You hid it again, didn't you, Hojo? The boys seemed to be looking for their ball for a while, and they yelled at Satoko. Why would I hide such a stupid thing? If I was going to hide anything, I would hide something better than that. Hey, Chie-sensei is coming. Everybody take a seat. Hello, everyone. Get into your seats. I kept thinking about Rena the whole time during class. I thought about what she said last night. I wonder what her come from behind victory means. According to Takano-san's delusion, the masterminds behind the bioterrorism were the three families, and a group of fanatical believers that controlled those three. In other words, the Sonozaki family. What could Rena do alone against them? Mion lived with her grandmother, the leader of the Sonozaki family. There were only two of them in the house. It was possible that Rena would try to break into their house with a knife, but I had already come up with that possibility last night. That's why I called Mion and warned her. On the way to school this morning, Mion told me some bodyguards from the Corps had been at her house since this morning. She told me she would be guarded herself, too. There was a black car parked near the school gate. They must have been the bodyguards. But, according to Takano's parasite theory, the battle would not end just by attacking the leader of the Sonozaki family. According to the delusion she believes in, the conditions of her victory were more complicated than that. She needed to expose the group of fanatics who were behind the Sonozaki family, and she needed to destroy their research on the parasite. Plus, Rena did not have much time left, thanks to that suspicious poison she mentioned. But how exactly could she win a come-from-behind victory under circumstances like that? She might interpret that the town council are a group of fanatics. If so, she might attack them the next time they have a meeting at the shrine. The town council meets once a month at most. It would be hard to believe that they were holding a meeting today. She probably thought the place researching the parasite is the Irie Clinic. Rena suspected that there was something fishy about the clinic from the beginning, and that suspicion must have changed to certainty in her head by now. Did that mean she was going to attack the clinic? This was not like an action movie. What could she do by herself? Was she going to start a fire? No, that would be pointless. In order to expose the conspiracy, she would have to get proof that they were actually studying the parasite. Was she going to break into the clinic and get questionable, weird samples? The last problem of all was how much time she had left. If she believed she didn't have much time left, especially under desperate, disadvantageous conditions, she might try to stab whoever she thought of as an enemy. But Rena sounded like she really believed she would regain her happy and peaceful days after everything was over. Rena probably meant she was going to stay alive and win. Was there something like an antidote? It did not have to be real. As long as it was an antidote to Rena's delusion, it didn't matter what it was. It could even be the water you wash your vegetables with. But if she thought she could get the antidote so easily, she wouldn't have been so desperate about the time she has left. The antidote must be difficult for her to get. The easiest place for that, in her delusion, was that it was hidden somewhere in the clinic. Putting it all together like that, I felt like Irie and his clinic were in danger. Now that I thought about it, the elderly people in the village, including the members of the town council, hung out in the waiting room of the clinic all the time. If most of the board members happened to gather there, for her, it would be the perfect place to attack. I told Mion about that during lunch break. If this were a normal situation, I would say she would not do such a stupid thing. But I cannot actually deny the possibility. I'm going to call my house. I will make sure that they send some people to the clinic. Mia did not object to my crazy idea. She put down her chopsticks and went to the teacher's office to make a phone call. It sounds so dangerous. I can hardly believe Rena-san is going to do such a scary thing. Are you sure she is going to attack the clinic? Maybe she will, maybe she won't. But if that happens, we are screwed. We need to prevent that disaster from happening. I hope nothing happens at all. Okay, I will send 2 of our subordinates to the clinic. I don't think she will do it, but you will never know what is going to happen. Can we capture her by force if she does? Honestly, I don't want to do that. What do you think we should do? We made an agreement with the cops that we're going to give Rena Ryugu to them right after we find her. So even if we use force to capture her, we won't get in trouble. I'm not worried about losing face, I just feel sorry for Rena. I really want to settle this calmly if possible. Well, she is still young. So long as she didn't kill someone or something, all she has to do is to apologize and everything will be fine. Oh, then she might be off our hands. Oh, I mean, you know, as long as they don't find out about it, she'll be safe. She'll definitely be safe. No, nobody really cares about the disappearance of those two anyway. People think that they ran away somewhere because they did something wrong. Those things happen all the time, so she is fine. Do not worry about it. She is out, she is safe. What? Are we playing baseball now? Anyways, please just be careful. Will do. So, it's okay to capture her by force, right? Don't make any mistakes. You have to get her. Please don't make it like a chase scene or anything like that. I couldn't help but have a silly chat with Kasai-san. When I put the phone down, I sensed Chie-sensei was looking at me. No wonder, as she had been able to hear the conversation clearly in this tiny room. Chie-sensei put her spoon down, and with a sad look on her face, she asked the following. Were you talking about Ryugu-san? Yes. Sonzaki-san, do you know why Ryugu-san ran away from home? You are close, aren't you? It was hard for anyone to understand Rena's situation, except for me and Kei-chan. So most of them thought that Rena just ran away from home. But after she did, the cops made too much of a fuss over it. Oishi stupidly believed that the scrapbooks were a big scoop, and he overreacted in trying to find Rena. He had patrol cars running around everywhere in the village. He even used the town council's phone directory to find her. So people in the village thought Rena did something wrong and was trying to run from the cops. What was going to be difficult for me, more than finding her, was to make up a story to retrieve Rena's honor after they detained her. What about this? Rena went for a walk, fell down and hit her head on the edge of some tofu, and lost her memory. Oishi misunderstood something big time, and he thought she was a criminal. It was too easy. Anyway, we did make it clear that Oishi was the one who misunderstood everything at the meeting the other day. I had to make the best use of his name while he was feeling down for once. What I would have to do was not to make a big deal about the situation, and to create an environment that allowed Rena to forget everything that happened in order to get her back together as soon as possible. Everything is going to be fine, Chie-sensei. Rena is just a little sick right now, that's all. A fat cop somehow made a lovely mistake and got things twisted around. You don't believe that Rena did something wrong, and that she is trying to run from the police, do you? Of course not, but making her family worry by running away from home is not a good thing to do either. She had a fight with her father and she ran away from home for a little while. She acted childish and that's all. Maybe that would be the best story to go with. I wonder if she had some problems she could not talk to anyone about. I must be a bad teacher, because I never realized it. I wish I could have sat down and talked with Ryugu-san before all this happened. Chie-sensei, you are taking it too seriously. You need to relax. It's normal for young kids nowadays to run away from home for a while. Oh no. What am I going to do if Ryugu-san becomes one of those bad kids and starts doing really bad things? Ryugu-san becomes a bad kid. She does something bad and gets arrested by the police. It's her teacher's responsibility. I will be dishonorably discharged. I can't eat curry anymore. The end of the world. The end of the world. No more curry? Chie-sensei seemed comically upset by her own imagination. It looked funny, so I decided to leave her alone. I made to leave the teacher's office to go back to the classroom, but right then the phone rang. Hello, this is the Hinamizawa Branch School. Chie-sensei had to answer the phone all day because the principal was on a business trip. I exited to the hallway. Then I heard the tone of her voice change. What? Where are you right now? What? I yelled and looked back at her. It was probably Rena. She called the school. I tried to go back inside the teacher's office, but Chie-sensei gestured at me not to come in. Chie-sensei acknowledged what Rena was saying several times, and then she looked up at the clock. Okay, I will be there. I am your teacher. You promised me, all right? She said only that, put the phone down, and got her purse out of her locker. Class president, I have an emergency to take care of. I'm going out for a while, so please have everybody study by themselves while I am gone. She took her car key out from her purse. It was obvious that she was going to go see Rena somewhere. Chie-sensei, was it Rena? That's all. You are in charge of the class, okay? Chie-sensei completely ignored me, and she ran out into the hallway. She ran to the schoolyard and got into her car. The moment her car left through the gate, I ran out to the schoolyard myself. I headed for the black car parked near the gate and knocked on the window. How are you doing, milady? Everything is quiet so far. I know, but I need you to follow that car that just left. I think she is going to go meet Rena. Understood. Rena is very paranoid, so you need to be careful. Bring her to my house right after you catch her. After that, follow Kasai's orders. She is my friend. You better not get her hurt. Rena must have told Chie-sensei that she wanted to talk to her alone. I could tell that easily from the way she ignored my question. I did feel a little bad for ruining their promise, but it was very important that we caught her before she did something wrong. We could still make up an excuse that she was just wandering around because she had to fight with her father and ran away from home. But if she set fire to the clinic or something, there would be nothing I could do. The car made a rough U-turn on the gravel road, and it chased after Chie-sensei's car at full speed. I watched the car until it was gone. All I could do now was to pray that this would be settled calmly. Hey, pay attention everyone. Well, we need to study by ourselves for the rest of the class today, so get back to your desks and study quietly. Self-studying. Mion ran up to me and spoke quietly. Rena just called. What? Really? Yeah, she just called the teacher's office. I think Chie-sensei went to meet with Rena. Rena. I wonder what she's going to do. I have no idea. Anyway, I told my bodyguards to follow Chie-sensei's car. I feel bad for Rena, but we are going to capture her there by force. I hope it works. They are used to doing this kind of stuff. I am sure they will do fine. So if they catch her, is everything going to be over? Yeah, we will send her to a hospital. If a doctor sees her, I am sure he will find a typical kind of disease or something. It will be like obsessive psychosomatic disorder or whatever. While we were spending our afternoon studying peacefully, the members of the Sonzaki family would capture Rena, who was waiting for Chie-sensei somewhere. The problem would be solved. It wasn't going to be easy after that, but I was sure Mion would take good care of her. And in the end, everybody would understand that Rena just ran away from home because of a silly fight with her father. A happy ending. Problem solved, right? Mion winked at me. She looked like she already thought everything was over, but that just did not sound right to me. I couldn't see any connection between Rena and Chie-sensei. It was hard to explain but there was something wrong. I wasn't saying that they didn't get along. Rena was a good student, so Chie-sensei had a good relationship with her. But I just did not understand what Rena wanted from Chie-sensei. While I was thinking about it, the door opened, and one of her classmates came back from the bathroom with Rena. Rena. Everybody stand up. Move to the center of the room. Everyone gasped in surprise. Even Chie-sensei could not make everybody go so quiet all of a sudden. When Rena was gripping the shoulder of the student who came back from the bathroom. In her other hand she had a big scary-looking hatchet. It was the same one she had the other night. Everyone immediately understood that Rena had taken a hostage. Are you all deaf? Move to the center of the room. Push the desk to the sides. Nobody grasped what she was asking us to do. We all froze. Rena was the only one who was smiling. It was terrifying. Mi-chan, you are the class president. Tell everyone to move to the center. Rena, what are you doing? A loud noise washed out Mion's voice. Rena hit the teacher's desk really hard with her hatchet. She pulled out the hatchet, making an ominous ripping noise. There was now a line of violets carved plainly into the desk. She broke it. Chie-sensei is going to get mad when she comes back. No, that wasn't it. What the hell? I knew I could not trust you, Mi-chan. I'm going to ask Keiichi-kun then. You are my only friend, right, Keiichi-kun? So I can trust you, can't I? Rena, your eyes, you look so scary. I've never seen eyes like that in my life. Your eyes are full of insanity. Why are people afraid of insanity? Insanity means that a person does not share the same values and the same common sense as us. For example, say a thief breaks into your house and he ties you up. You will get scared and wonder if he's going to stab you before he leaves. But you hope that the thief has feelings too, and that he is not going to kill you for no reason. No matter how bad the person is, we tend to believe in his goodwill as long as we share the same values, the same common sense, and the same morals as him. But we cannot expect goodwill from somebody who does not have those things. We cannot expect goodwill from a person who can't communicate with us. When a burglar has a knife and you beg him not to hurt you, you expect him to listen to you and to show you mercy. In other words, you can still communicate with him. But if he does not have the ability to communicate, he is just like a monster that's trying to attack you, or like the blade of a guillotine that's falling down on you. You fear him because you can't communicate with him. That is insanity. It was the same fear we were feeling towards Rena at that very moment. She looked like a human just like us, but there was no room for her to communicate with us like a normal person could do. Everybody understood that fear instinctively. Keiichi-kun, make them move the desk to make room in the middle. Okay, everybody, let's do as Rena says. Rena was like a barrel of gunpowder at that moment. She seemed really calm and quiet, but she could explode at any minute. When she did, I doubt she would show us any mercy. She probably wouldn't hesitate to use that hatchet on us. That's right. Just like how I didn't feel guilty or hesitate to kill Rena or Mion. Everybody went all quiet while pushing the desk against the wall to make a space for Rena to go. Rena, saying that we were moving too slow, hit the blackboard with the hatchet, making a horrible noise. Every time she did that, she left an equally horrible scar on the blackboard, the thing that we looked at most in school. Keiichi-kun, can you get the jump ropes out from the lockers? Use them to tie our classmates up. I'm not good at tying knots. I probably can't tie them up very well. I'll check one by one if you tie them up well enough. If I find the ropes loose, I will kill the person, so you better tie them up really well. We were still kids. We saw the word kill all the time. It was used a lot in comic books and cartoons after all. So normally you would assume we would be used to hearing the word kill. But when Rena said she would kill us, it sounded so frightening. I had never heard something like that before in my life. To Rena, our lives were like cards she could use for negotiation. She would get rid of one card every time somebody refused her request. Get rid of? Damn it. Why did we use such scary words like get rid of for simple things like playing cards? Anyway, there were about 20 students in the class. That was a little bit too many for Rena to handle. She might get rid of one or two just to set an example. I decided to do what Rena said because I didn't want her to lose her temper. I got out everybody's jump ropes from their lockers. All of you get on the floor. Keiichi-kun, you can start tying their hands behind their backs. Tie them really tightly. You are on my side, aren't you? You wouldn't tie them loosely on purpose, would you? Mion tried to make eye contact with me. If everybody was tied down, we would not be able to stop her from occupying the school. There were more than 20 students in this class. Half of them were boys, but most of them were smaller than Rena. But there were enough people here to overpower her. But if we did that, Rena would probably hit her hostage with a hatchet, and she would use the hatchet to attack the rest of us without hesitation. It would be a bloody battle. I am sure somebody would get hurt if we tried to overpower her. The hostage would be seriously injured, or maybe even die. If that happened, it was over. No matter how hard we tried to cover up, she would never be able to live peacefully like before. Mion seemed to understand that too. I could tell from Rena's eyes that she was not going to go easy on us. If somebody showed defiance, she would break the hostage's head open immediately. Of course, Rena had done that before. She would probably do it again with no hesitation. But as long as we did what she said, we could prevent that bloody tragedy. If we could somehow solve the situation without shedding any blood, with Mion's influence, we might still be able to pretend that this never happened. At the least, we had to make sure she did not kill anyone. Let's do as Rena says. Kei-chan. Mion tried to think of ways to overpower Rena, but she could not come up with any good ideas to save the hostage. That is how easy it would be for Rena to kill them. The best thing to do at that time was to wait for a chance without agitating her further. Mion lay down on the floor and everyone else followed suit, sluggish with terror, and I was left alone, standing rooted to the spot with jump ropes in my hands. All my classmates were lying face down on the floor, while Rena was pointing the hatchet at the hostage, watching our every move from behind the teacher's desk. I just stood frozen in the middle of it all. Keiichi-kun, there are many things I want you to help me with, so hurry up. If you take too long, some of them might have to die. Some of the little kids started crying when they heard the word die. It's alright, everyone. Keiichi-kun will save you, so nobody is going to die. Damn it. What a bold threat. She said I was her friend, but she was just playing with the meaning of the word. I was the last person who could still fight against Rena under these circumstances. But it wasn't going to be easy to overpower her by myself. I was not sure if I could do that. Even if I tried to act tough, once Rena pointed the hatchet at somebody's neck, it was over. I shouldn't fight against her for now. I should just wait for a chance. As long as Rena was alone, there would be a chance. She made me tie them up because she couldn't do that by herself. There was a limit to what she could do. because she was by herself. If we could cover this up somehow before Chie-sensei came back, we would still be able to pretend like we were kidding around. I finally realized something. I realized why Lorena had called Chie-sensei to meet with her. In order for Rena to take over the classroom, she needed to get rid of Chie-sensei. Chie-sensei had a very strong sense of justice. Even if Rena had a gun, she wouldn't hesitate to overpower her. She was the kind of teacher who would risk her life for her students. Rena needed to figure out how to get rid of Chie-sensei. That was the key to her plan. Rena probably thought about attacking her from behind at first, but there was a risk there as Chie-sensei was a grown-up woman, so she probably thought that attacking her directly was not a wise choice. So, naturally, the next option was to lure her out somewhere. Rena called Chie-sensei and told her she wanted to talk to her in private, in order to lure her out to some place far from here. Most people, including Chie-sensei, thought Rena was just running away from home. So Chie-sensei must have thought Rena had some problems she wanted to talk to her about. It was too easy to deceive her. Where did she make the phone call from? She probably used the phone in the school. Well, not in school to be exact. She probably used the phone on the second floor of the school, the one belonging to the Forestry Service. This school was using part of the Forestry Service building, but this particular location was more of a branch office, so it is not like somebody was here all the time. Rena knew that, and she had probably been hiding there for a while. She called the phone on the first floor from the second floor, and she made Chie-sensei leave the school. I didn't think it was a coincidence that the principal was on a business trip today. She probably snuck into the school yesterday. She saw the principal's schedule, learned how to call the phone on the first floor from the second, and carried out her plan. She planned it perfectly. Yeah, I knew it. Rena was insane, but I knew she was also actually really calm. She was possessed by her delusion, but she was also unbelievably calm about it. So she could still think fast. I knew that very well because I had been through the same thing before. What was worse is that Mion's bodyguards were gone. Mion told them to follow Chie-sensei because she thought Chie-sensei was going to meet with Rena. Damn it. Everything seemed to be working out in her favor. I am not done. I am done. I tied up the last person and looked in Rena's direction. If I didn't tie them up really tightly, Rena would kill them. But when I tied them too tightly, they suffered in pain. Their pain cries made me feel useless. Thank you, Keiichi-kun. I don't mean to doubt you, Keiichi-kun, but I will make sure just in case. Please put your hands on your head and lie face down on the floor. And I am saying this to everybody. If you stand up without my permission, I will kill you. I will kill whoever stood up and one more person randomly to set an example. It is not nice to be chosen randomly. Oh, there's a good idea. I'll kill the person who didn't listen to me, add 10 to his or her student number and kill that person too. For example, let's say Okamura-kun didn't listen to me. I will kill him and Watanabe-kun because his student number is 11. Get it? I will always be killing 2 of you at the same time. You had better remember that you involve another person's life besides your own when you attempt to stand against me. How awful. She totally understood how to threaten people. Normally you stand against an attacker at your own risk. If you fail, you are going to die. But if you are responsible for someone else, then you could not try to resist. You can't risk somebody's life with your own decisions. Okay, everybody is tied up nice and tight. You said you aren't good at tying knots, but you did very well, Keiichi-kun. You should be proud of yourself. Well, you can stand up now. It was too late to fight back. I followed her orders. I just had to wait for a chance. We could still turn this into some kind of a bad joke. I had to. I had to do something. Anyway, what are you planning to do, Rena? Don't tell me this is the come from behind order you were talking about. Okinomiya SP to all vehicles. Okinomiya SP to all vehicles. A hostage situation has broken out at the Hinamizawa Forestry Service Building. There are reportedly multiple hostages. All vehicles are to head to the Forestry Service Building immediately. Kuma-chan. Sorry I am late. What is going on? Hello, sir. Today around 1, the Hinamizawa Branch School's classroom was taken over. All 25 students have been taken hostage. The suspect's initial demands were to prohibit all entry to the branch school's property and to secure a hotline to us. So they are willing to negotiate with us from the start. What is going on? Also, the suspect is asking for you, Oishi-san. It's Reina Ryugu. Ryugu-san? Very well. We seem to be inseparable. I'll be dealing with her until the end. Oishi gave a crooked smile. We don't know if she has any accomplices. The curtains are closed, so we cannot confirm the situation. Have you asked whoever told us about this? No, Reina Ryugu declared it herself. Therefore, we don't know what is going on inside. Their teacher received a call from Reina Ryugu as she left the classroom before the incident took place. This has been well planned. Has anyone from the Forestry Service been taken hostage? Nobody from the service was there today. All 25 hostages are students. That number matches with the attendance the teacher took this morning. Plus a suspect, right? Have you seen anyone else suspicious other than Reina Ryugu? No. We've seen someone peeking out from behind the curtain, but it was the suspect herself. We are guessing there must be at least one or two more of them, though. Well, maybe she really is doing it by herself. Reina Ryugu was a true believer in Mio Takano's scrapbooks. According to those scrapbooks, the entire village was Reina Ryugu's enemy. She did not have anyone she could trust. However, Oishi had also believed in Mio Takano's delusion. It was possible that someone who was influenced in the same way was following Reina Ryugu. Oishi-san, the principal and the teacher are here. Hello, Chie-sensei. Are you okay? Oishi ran up to Chie-sensei, who was crying with a handkerchief held up to her face. Reina-chan is a good girl. For her to do something like this, there must be some mistake. If I were to do this by the book, I would ask you about Ryugu-san's recent behavior. But when it comes to Ryugu-san, I probably know better than you do. Please do not worry. I will take care of this as peacefully as possible. Chie-sensei was huddled over, and Oishi didn't think he could say anything else to her. On the contrary, the principal was staying strong, trying to figure out how to take care of the situation. Oishi, please. If possible, I would like to request to be a hostage myself. I will take the place of the children. Let me do that instead. It is all my fault. Please do not blame yourselves. I have things I wanted to ask you, so I would appreciate it if you cooperated. Banchi-kun, please show them the blueprints. Excuse me, sir. Section Chief Takasugi is on the radio. Hello, this is Oishi. Oishi-san, how goes things? Kumagai-kun informed me of the situation. The suspect is underage. Please keep strict control of the press. I understand. Also, the suspect is requesting me as a negotiator. Is that okay with you? You've known Reina Ryugu since the parasite incident from the other day. I bet she still thinks you are her ally. Only you can do the job. Good luck. I really don't want to, but since I caused so much trouble, I guess I'll have to do this to make up for it. Oishi-san, Reina Ryugu's on the car phone. That was faster than expected. I will go get it. Thank you. Hello, this is Oishi. Oishi-san, this is Ryugu. Hello, this is Oishi. Is the signal weak on your car phone? It's kind of hard to hear. Just like me, it's getting old. Oishi and I exchanged friendly words. A long cord trailed through the hallway from the teacher's office. That cord extended further to the phone on the podium in the classroom. Let's get down to business. I will check to see if you're qualified to negotiate for me. Okay, shoot. You are my ally, aren't you, Oishi-san? Of course. Let's expose the conspiracy of the Sonozaki family together. You and me. Oishi answered without hesitation. Was he still my ally? Or was this sly detective just saying what I wanted to hear? Either way, I only had Oishi to depend on. If I couldn't trust him, I was stuck. There would be nothing else I could do. You didn't believe me for a while either, did you, Keiichi-kun? But you do now, right? Keiichi-kun was sitting on the floor facing away from me, his head resting in his hands. We are comrades now, huh? Yeah, that's right. Reina Ryugu asked Keiji Mibara if he was her comrade, but I could not hear his voice. Was she trying to tell me that Keiji Mibara was still alive, or that he was being forced to obey her because of the hostages? Mibara-san is your ally too. That's nice. But weren't you suspicious of Mibara-san for a while? Yes. When I heard about the BB gun incident, I couldn't believe it. But we can't let the past fool us. We have to learn from the past in order to grow. That's very good. You're absolutely right about that. That was why we forgave each other. So I don't doubt Keiichi-kun anymore. Keiichi-kun is my comrade. I understand. Therefore, Keiichi-kun is my ally too, isn't he? Please say hello to him for me. Sure, I will. Actually, I would like to say hello to him myself. Can he come to the phone? The conversation stopped suddenly. That made me nervous. Did I say something wrong? Sure, here he is. Keiichi-kun, Oishi-san wants to talk to you. I heard some rattling and rustling on the other side of the phone. Hello, this is Mibara. He sounded monotone. Unable to disobey, Keiichi Mibara must have been pretending to follow Reina Ryugu's orders. Hello, Mibara-san. This is Oishi from the Okinomiya police station. Thank you for coming to the phone. Let's do this together. Yes, let's do this together. What is Ryugu-san doing right now? She's walking around the classroom. Mibara-san, please say yes if your answer is yes, and yeah if your answer is no. Do you know what Ryugu-san wants? Yeah. The answer told me for sure. Keiichi Mibara was not Reina Ryugu's accomplice. There's no way Reina would not tell her accomplice what she wanted after planning a hostage situation like this. How would you help someone who wouldn't even tell him what she wanted? I will ask you directly. Are you Rena Ryugu's ally? No, let me change my question. Are you being threatened by Rena Ryugu? Yes. There you go. The other guys in the car listening in on our conversation raised their fists in victory. Is Rena Ryugu the only suspect? Yes. If she was the only suspect, then we could respond appropriately. I guess nobody else believed in Takano's scrapbooks. If so, my being fooled was even more embarrassing. As I thought about my next question, I heard the phone being taken away from Keiichi. Rena came back on the line. See? Keiichi-kun is my ally, isn't he? Yes, you are right. That is very promising. Okay, now it is your turn to talk, Oishi-san. How are the simultaneous raids of the Sonozaki family going? Remember, you promised me when we talked on the phone before. Have you found the secret research facility yet? I had to decide on what to say. Should I tell her we conducted raids or not? Maybe she already knew we didn't. Maybe she was just testing me. We are trying to come up with a plan for the simultaneous raids as we speak. We are talking to the prefectural police as well as the public safety division. We are talking about the entire city, so we need a little more time to prepare for it. You are taking too long. Oishi-san, don't you realize what kind of emergency situation Shishibo City is in right now? What are you doing? Oishi-san, you do believe me, don't you? You are my ally, right? Right? Please answer me. Of course I am. But the police department is a little more complicated than you think. I am doing my best. I really am. The thing is, this is on a really big scale. Oishi-san, they poisoned me recently with the parasites that killed Tomitake-san. They poisoned me with them. I have been itching like crazy since yesterday. I'm all bloody from scratching at my throat. I might claw out my throat and die at any moment, and you are telling me you are still preparing? I knew it. Oishi didn't realize how dire the situation was. He understood there was some kind of a conspiracy in Hinamizawa, but he didn't realize how soon their plan was going to be executed. Besides, I was already feeling itchy all over my body. It was bound to die soon, the same way as Tomitake-san. I am sorry, I really am doing my best. But everybody asks me if I have proof. Proof? Do you need proof? Mio-san's scrapbooks. Maybe that was what I would need to convince the police. I was afraid someone would destroy the evidence if I handed them over to Oishi-san, so I kept them with me. But I didn't have much longer to live. I might not even make it until tomorrow morning. That's right. I might be dead before tomorrow. I would die tonight. Okay. I will give you Mio-san's scrapbooks. Please use them to convince the other policemen. That should help. Please do give me the scrapbooks. I looked through my backpack, which was lying by my feet. Mio-san's scrapbooks were in there. This is our last resort. Oishi-san, do your best. No, you must take care of it, please. Of course. Trust me. I will expose their conspiracy. I knew the police would take too long to get things moving. They are an organization after all. That is why I am doing this, to make them understand. You have an excuse now. Please use this chance wisely. Thank you. You can count on me. So how should we do this? Do you want me to come get it? I knew she wouldn't let me into the classroom. She was still cautious. I could guess where Rena Ryugu was going to take this thing, so I tried to stay ahead of her. I handed a memo with my instructions on it to a colleague. I can't really leave the classroom, so I will have Keiichi-kun deliver them to you. Maybe that's better. If you left the building, something might happen. What do you mean? Well, I am sure the Sonozaki family already knows about what's going on here. I am sure they did not expect you to do something like this, so they might come to shut you up. To shut me up? Do you mean by shooting you? A hitman from the Sozaki family may try to put a stop to this by sniping you. That's why you shouldn't come outside. Don't even go near the windows. I saw you peeking out a window, but you shouldn't do that. They may fire at any time. Oh, wait a minute. Aren't there policemen around? Can't you stop that from happening? We would if we could, but it's so open around here. A well-trained sniper can easily shoot as far as 400 meters. As you know, attack units from the Sonozaki family have gone through military training, and they specialize in assassination techniques. Do not underestimate them. I need you to help me expose the conspiracy of the Sonozaki family. I understand. Thank you for your warning. Even if my life is to end tomorrow, I cannot die now. That's right. Under no circumstances should you peek out the windows, okay? Be very careful. The phone conversation ended. Rena Ryugu was going to let Keiji Maebara deliver the scrapbooks. Did you get what I wrote on the memo already? Yes, we've got it. Do you think it'll work? I scared her, so I don't think she'll peek out the windows. I'm sure she'll still have her eyes open, though. I'll work around it. I roughly understood what was going on from the phone conversation. Okay, Keiji-kun, here are the scrapbooks. Their contents are very important. They are proof of the Sonozaki family's conspiracy, and the police can use them as evidence to conduct a raid. Please take this to Oishi-san, okay? And when you give it to him, come right back. I am watching you. If you do something you are not supposed to, I will be angry. Brenda took out a couple of old scrapbooks from her backpack and gave them to me. Then she cast a sidelong glance at Mion. I'll tell you about these later, Mi-chan. I'll tell you all about what scary conspiracy your family's planning. Or maybe you already know. Anyway, go on, Keiji-kun. Just go halfway out into the schoolyard. Do not say anything. You are just delivering the scrapbooks. Do not talk, okay? If you do, if it was Chie-sensei, she would slap you with a ruler, but what should I use instead? Alright, I won't even say a word. Come on, put that hatchet down. I'm your ally, right? Trust me, okay? Yeah, you are right. I trust you. So please don't betray me, okay? Rena's eyes were telling me clearly. They were telling me she did not trust me. But even in this stage, she also knew she shouldn't distrust her friends. Therefore, although she could not trust me, she was pretending to. That was why she did not tie me up. Okay, I will be going. I will be right back. Okay. I walked past my friends, who were lying down on the floor, and headed to the exit. I saw some of their faces as I passed. Some were fearful, some were sure that I would use the opportunity to run, and some were scared that they would die if I did. Don't worry, guys. I will not let her even touch any of you. If Brenda tries to do something, I will stop her even if I have to risk my own life. Anyway, I would do whatever it took to ensure that nobody died. I had to make sure Rena did not get angry. I would just wait for the right moment. I went down to the school entrance and changed my shoes, then unlocked the door and stepped outside. I felt the fresh air on my skin. I saw the lights from the police cars. I could feel all the policemen looking at me. As soon as I was in the schoolyard, a little voice tried to tempt me. I was free from Rena now. If I ran off the school grounds, I would be free. What was I thinking? If I did something like that, Rena would go crazy, and who knows what else she would do. The important thing here was not my safety. It was to make sure that Rena did not kill anyone. I saw a big man coming towards me from the school gate. That was probably Oishi. Are you Keiji Maibara-san? Hello, I am Oishi from Okinomiya Station. You can call me Kura-chan. Sorry, Rena told me not to talk and to just give these to you, so please just take them in silence. I understand. These are the scrapbooks. I'll take them. I tried to hand the scrapbooks to Oishi-san, but he stepped aside a little. Confused as to what he was doing, I changed my position and handed them to him again. He took them that time. At that point, Oishi put something that was under his jacket into my pocket. Don't worry. Even if Ryugu-san was watching the buildings behind you, she couldn't have seen that. What is this? I couldn't look into my pocket because I didn't want Rina to suspect anything, but whatever it was pretty heavy for its size. I have a memo for you too. On your way back to the classroom, please read it without Ryugu-san noticing. Go on now. She'll get suspicious. I just followed his directions. I was worried Rena had begun to suspect something. When I looked at the classroom, the curtains were closed, but that didn't mean she wasn't peeking out through a crack. I went back to the entrance and locked the door. If Rena checked and found the door unlocked, it could cause more trouble. Rena was in the classroom. There was no way she would come down this way. She was alone. If she left the classroom, everyone would get up and run. They couldn't run because Rena was there, but they were all waiting for their chance. The entrance then was Rena's blind spot. As I changed my shoes, I quickly removed what Oishi-san had put into my pocket. There was a radio with an earpiece, and something else that looked like a short police baton. There was also a folded piece of paper. I opened the piece of paper and saw a note written in small print. Dear Maibara-kun, please hide the bug in your pocket. It picks up even a low noise so you can use it to get in touch with me. By using the earphone, you can hear me in return. There is also a spray for self-protection. It sprays as far as a meter. Make sure you aim for the face. This must be the spray. I guess it's safe to try it here. I held down the button and gas sprayed out from the nozzle. Compared to Rena's hatchet, this required some caution, but it was small enough to fit inside of my hand. It was reassuring that I could hide it so easily. In other words, it was now possible for me to stop Rena. As I realized all my classmates' fates rested on my shoulders, I felt sweat form on my face. The memo continued. The spray is just for self-defensive purposes. Pepper spray only impairs eyesight while it makes your enemy powerless due to extreme pain and coughing for at least 30 minutes. It's not powerful enough to render them unconscious. Therefore, please don't forget there's a possibility that your enemy may fight back desperately in panic. This spray is your last resort. Please don't depend on it, but if you need to, make sure to use it. Oishi. Was she telling me to use it or not? It was probably one of those grown-up issues. If the cops entrusted me solely with the fate of the hostages and I failed, they would be held liable. So while he gave me a weapon, he made me consider its use. I hid the bug and the spray in my pockets and went back to the classroom. I felt a little dizzy, maybe because I was nervous. I was simply following Rena's orders because I had no other choice. That was why I wasn't scared. But things were different from before. I had a weapon. I was in a far better position, but my heart was pounding. Humans are so strange. Shit, what am I going to do? What should I do, Keiji Maibara? Did I want to fight with Rena? The memo said the spray only reaches as far as a meter. A meter. That was basically a hand-to-hand battle. That meant I only had one opportunity. I did not have a second chance. The memo also said I would need to aim for her face. That wasn't going to be easy. Shit. Besides, Rena was cautious. How could I stand directly in front of her within a meter? But that's what I would have to do if I was to have any chance of winning. Rena would do anything to reach her goal. She wouldn't even hesitate to kill. Just like how I did it. Of course, things were already extremely serious. An apology definitely would not be enough, but at least there had not been any casualties. The more time passed, the more irritated Rena would get. She might demand something again, and she might kill someone that time to show how serious she was. Bad things had already taken place, but a tragedy had not occurred yet. But it was almost here. It wasn't very far at all. When I closed my eyes, I could easily picture Rena killing one classmate after another. After I killed Rena and Mion, my room was covered in blood. If she killed 20 people, the classroom would be a pool of it. If that happened, Rena would. She still wouldn't realize she was being delusional. She would rip out her own throat and die. That would be too big a cross for her to carry, and one day she would remember and be saddened. She didn't need to go through that. I didn't want Rena to go through what I had to go through. Shit. I felt dizzy. This was a very long hallway. I did not know the classroom was so far. With each step I took, my determination to fight Rena became stronger. Rena would be shocked to realize I betrayed her, but if she couldn't wake up from the nightmare on her own, someone else would have to wake her up, and her friends needed to be the ones to do that. Welcome back, Keiichi-kun. Did Oishi-san say anything? What is this smell? As soon as I stepped into the classroom, I smelled something. Everyone had moved to one corner of the classroom. The smell reminded me of a gas station. Was it gasoline? I saw a red gasoline container by Rena's feet. The cap was open. It was seemingly sturdy and made of metal. It said gasoline on the side, written in felt marker. She must have spread it across the entire classroom. The smell was almost giving me a headache. No, it wasn't just in the classroom. The classmates were soaked in gasoline too. How could she? I see. This was just like a hijacker holding a bomb. If the police were to rush in, she would burn the hostages. I didn't know where she got it, but she had a lighter in her left hand. Rena, what do you think you are doing? Of course I won't actually do it. This is just insurance. I do not want to barbecue everyone either, so I hope this will all just end as a joke. Rena showed off the lighter. Obviously she was trying to threaten me. I have heard about people committing suicide by setting themselves on fire. They pour gasoline on themselves and light it ablaze. You might think that if it was extinguished right away, it wouldn't be that bad. But human skin is supposedly very delicate, and they say that even if 30% of a person's skin gets burned, it's enough to be fatal. If it was your entire body, it would result in death for sure. I had been put in a disadvantageous position. My weapon might take Rena's sight, but I could not stop her from using the lighter. She would probably use it the moment she is attacked. I did not know if she realized it, but the kind of lighter she had would keep burning until the lid was closed. Therefore, all she would have to do was to light it and drop it on the floor. In other words, my spray can would not make Rena powerless at all. The last resort Oishi-san gave me had already lost all its power. What do you mean, insurance? With those scrapbooks, Oishi-san will convince the rest of the police. After that, their investigation will expose the conspiracy. Right? Do you really think those scrapbooks are enough? I know government people do not move nearly quick enough. Rena was thinking that if she did not see any progress with the scrapbooks, she would pressure the police by letting them know about the gasoline. Let's just trust Oishi-san for now. We should just wait to hear from him, okay? Yeah, that is right. Okay, then let me pick up where I left off. Anyway, those parasites became harmless with the passage of time, but some people did not like that. Those people are called the three families of Hinamizawa. Therefore they are Brenda was simply telling everyone what she heard from Takano-san. I started mumbling so I could let Oishi-san know what was going on. What a smell! Scattering a whole portable tank of gasoline. I was pretending to mumble to myself so I could only say it very quietly. I wished I could say it louder, but that was probably impossible. I wasn't sure if Oishi-san could hear me. I thought of an idea to find out whether or not they could hear me. It would be nice if I heard a car honk. Kuma-chan honked the horn. Kumagai honked once quickly. Gasoline, huh? Shit. That explains the smell. I am sure she's intending to use it to get what she wants. Kuma-chan, people usually mean an 18-liter tank when they say a portable tank of gasoline, right? Well, probably, but I'm not sure. Komiyama-kun, is there still someone from the Forestry Service here? Could you get him? I see. Those cans have gasoline written on them. Do plastic kerosene tanks have kerosene written on them? Yes. We don't want to mix them up. All the fuel containers have labels. Not too many people know this, but regular portable tanks can't hold gasoline. Gasoline, while common, is extremely flammable and can be lit even with static electricity. Therefore, gasoline must be kept in special metal containers. Those are called carrying cans. So what Maybara-san called gasoline really is gasoline. Are there different size carrying cans? 18-liter and 5-liter, I think. 5-liter ones are rather flat in shape, aren't they? Yes, it's red and flat with a handle. Keiichi Maybara called it a portable tank. Do you think it's the 18-liter type? Maybe he called it a portable tank because he wasn't familiar with the shape. But either way, if it is really gasoline, it's really dangerous. Gasoline burns when lit, but what's an even bigger threat than liquid gasoline are the fumes. When gasoline fumes are lit on fire, they explode. Also, gasoline evaporates easily. Even at freezing temperatures, it evaporates. And so, in other words, inside the closed classroom, the fumes would fill the entire space. The classroom would then become a bomb itself. Kuma-chan, do you know anything about Class 4 hazardous materials? No. I know gasoline fumes are dangerous, but I don't know any more than that. To prepare for the worst case scenario, I want to find out the difference in scale between the 18-liter and the 5-liter. I know. I will ask the old guy. Excuse me, could you call the station and see if the old guy from the forensics department is still there? Oh, I've heard what's going on. The criminal requested you, huh? Kaboom. Riichi and Patsu run. Uradora on top of that too. This isn't a laughing matter anymore. Anyway, do you know about 4th class hazardous materials? 4th class, huh? If we add everyone here, we know everything about hazardous materials. Did the suspect spread gasoline or something? Yeah, that's exactly what's happening here. We bugged one of the hostages. Supposedly, the suspect spread gasoline throughout the classroom, but we don't know if it's from an 18-liter can or a 5-liter can. Can you tell me the worst-case scenarios for both of them? How big is the classroom? Let's see. Approximately 50 square meters. And the room is closed. More than likely. I'm sure the smell must be horrible. That's not good, Oishi. I had a feeling. The classroom will blow up. Everyone in the classroom will be dead for sure. You mean in the case of the 18-liter? Fool, I'm talking about the 5-liter one. If I remember correctly, 4 liters is plenty enough to blow up an 8x8-meter room. The policeman listening to the conversation on the side went pale. 8x8 meters meant a room that was 64 square meters. Only 4 liters are needed to blow that up, and at least 5 liters were scattered in a 50-meter square room. In other words, the room has more than enough gasoline. That's not good. I would rather not hear this, but what would happen if it was an 18-liter can? Let's see. To put it in your words, Oishi, the dealer's hand is Riichi, Ipatsu, Pinfu, Tanyao, Aka Aka, and Dora Dora. What do you mean? Buy man from the dealer, 24,000 points. The base distribution is 25,000 points. There will be 1,000 point stick left. Something like that. There may be one pill left if you are lucky. My gosh, I don't want that kind of Riichi. You should call the fire department and get a chemical unit ready. You will need to have them deal with it after the incident is taken care of. Shit. I heard this through the bug, so if a fire engine shows up, the suspect will find out. I guess I'll have them get ready where she can't see them. Yeah, that's a good idea. You mentioned a bug, didn't you? Yes. I had a chance to come into contact with one of the hostages. I gave him a bug. That's how I found out about the gasoline. That's not good. There have been instances where the sparks from electronic devices set gasoline on fire. You know, gasoline's flash point is about 300 degrees. Even static electricity can easily cause an explosion. You've got to be kidding me. Why is such a dangerous liquid available to just about anybody? How the heck should I know? Tell that to the fire laws and automobile companies. Since it's June, the air isn't that dry, but just to be on the safe side, tell him to turn the listening device off. Oishi-san, according to what I can hear through the bug, the suspect has a lighter. That means even if Maybar's-san used the pepper spray to stop her, he won't be able to prevent her from igniting the gasoline. And we can't even use the bug anymore? Damn it. Oishi, a lighter is really, really bad. Don't even let her play with it. The suspect may not know how dangerous gasoline is. From hearing how much she spread, I don't think she knows anything about it. Moishi's back was covered with a cold sweat. He never even thought this would turn into such a serious matter. He did not know how dangerous gasoline was. He didn't know because he had never heard of cars exploding in car accidents. He knew it was dangerous, but he did not know what it was capable of. Gasoline is more dangerous once it evaporates. Therefore, a burning car in an accident and gasoline fumes being ignited are at completely different levels. It's quite simple to understand if you think about how a car engine works. Cars vaporize gasoline in the carburetor and let it explode in the engine cylinders. In other words, that little explosion in the engine is what gives cars the power to move. Therefore, if you want to create more power, an engine needs to be bigger to create a bigger explosion. So if an engine cylinder was the size of a classroom, how much power would it create? Anyone with knowledge of engines would know, but a lot of people don't consider how dangerous evaporated gasoline is, because it is too familiar. 25 hostages and one hostage taker. All 26 people were basically stuck in a huge bomb. Furthermore, the suspect might accidentally set it off. If she were to pretend to light the lighter as a threat, that would be the end. All of the people around Oishi had gone pale. The classroom might explode at any moment. How could they save all the hostages? Especially when the criminal was living in her own delusion, and her requests were something so unreal. Excuse me, I found a letter in the scrapbook. One of the policemen brought over a folded piece of paper. Oishi opened it while the others watched. He saw Gerda's handwriting on the paper. He could tell this was written before she invaded the school. Dear Oishi-sama, if you're reading this letter, that means I am at the final stage. I must have seized the school and held the students as hostages. I am planning to appoint you as a negotiator, so please pretend to be threatened by me and become my contact with the outside. The first thing I want to tell you is that my enemy is the Sonosaki family, and also the aliens, who are pretending to be parasites that control the Sonosaki family. Aliens? I didn't think you would believe me if I brought up the aliens, so I didn't tell you about them until now. But when you read these scrapbooks, you will understand. The aliens came to Earth in UFOs in ancient times. They landed in Onikafuchi Swamp. They used this village as their breeding grounds, and through that selective breeding, they widened their domain. They were successful, and now they are trying to invade the Earth. What the heck is this? All the other policemen frowned at the letter. No, no, it is not surprising. I read Takano's other scrapbooks, and they were full of even stranger things. Personally, I like the one about Aussie the best. The Sonozaki family, as well as all the village authorities, have been brainwashed by the aliens. The villagers' attempts to revive the cult of Oyashiro-sama were actually part of the alien strategy to invade the Earth. The aliens are very clever. They don't let people realize they are being controlled. The Irie Clinic must be their secret research center. Please conduct an investigation and expose their secret. Also, please check out the bottom of the swamp. The UFO must still be there. Also, capture all the relatives of the three families and take x-rays of their brains. You'll find hideous parasites inside of them. But please be careful. The aliens eliminate whoever finds out about them by replacing their host with a lookalike. That's how they have been controlling the village. Therefore, there may be already some aliens among the villagers. It is possible that they will try to interfere with your investigation. As a matter of fact, there have been lookalikes of Mio Takano, Rika Furude, and me, Rena Ryugu. If you see any of those three, capture them immediately. That will be the proof of aliens existing among us. Mio Takano? Why does she think that? I know. I told her over the phone that according to the result of the autopsy conducted by the lab over in Gifu Prefecture, the day of her death does not match up. Are you talking about the mistake on her autopsy results? I told her I didn't know why Mio Takano was witnessed on the day of the festival when she died the night before. I never thought she would take it like this. Maybe I joked around a little too much. It's interesting that she included herself. Did she look in the mirror or something? One of the policemen spoke up. He was one of the pair who searched the garbage dump that night. I can understand that. Remember? The night we looked for Rena Ryugu, somebody said she was seen in Gogura. That must be it. It was probably a bluff from the villagers, and she must have heard it somewhere and assumed there was another version of her walking around. Damn. Nostradamus, was it? This is just like that. No matter what happens to her, everything sounds like it was predetermined. Rena Ryugu would blame aliens if she was to trip and fall down now. Or maybe she's coming up with all this crazy stuff so that when she's caught, she can use the insanity defense in court. No, this isn't about that. She really does believe in this crazy stuff. She really is insane. She does from the bottom of her heart. I know that for sure. She truly believes in these stupid scrapbooks. There's another letter. Let's see. P.S. I was poisoned yesterday with the same stuff that killed Tomitake-san. I've been scratching my throat since then. I will probably have clawed my throat open by tomorrow. If you can find the antidote when you investigate the E-Ray clinic, please bring it to me. This sure is something. Yeah, if she believes in alien stories, maybe we can trick her with an antidote. But you may not find the antidote, or maybe it'll be too late by the time you do. Therefore, considering the time I have left, I will set 7 p.m. tonight as a deadline. If an investigation doesn't take place and the antidote doesn't arrive by 7, I will choose to die with all the hostages by lighting the gasoline instead. 7. What time is it now? It's a little before 6. Days are long nowadays. It doesn't get dark even in the evenings. It will probably start to get dark around 7. We only have an hour. No, it might explode even before that. Shit! What can we do? What the heck is she talking about? An alien invasion? And she's trying to take the hostages with her? That's just crazy. Yeah, that's absolutely crazy. We can't negotiate with her normally now, especially when she thinks she is absolutely insane. Oishi-san, look what comes next. What? I'm planning to spread gasoline throughout the classroom. I'm sure you realize how dangerous that is. If anyone suggests storming into the room, please tell them exactly how bad an idea that would be. Also, the hostages are anchored down with U-shaped bike locks. Even if those alien policemen rushed in and killed me, they would have to cut each lock. But if you tried cutting them, you might create sparks. Therefore, you would need to completely ventilate the room first. In other words, it will take an extremely long time to rescue all the hostages from the classroom. Actually, I have a different explosive system set up other than the gasoline I spread. It's a very simple time bomb using gasoline and a kitchen timer. The kitchen timer provides electricity at a set time. I rip the tip off its plug so it will create enough sparks to ignite the gasoline. I've already set the timer to 7. Even if I am not around, there will be an explosion at that time. If the classroom isn't ventilated by that time, it will explode too. I am sorry to ask you like this, Oishi-san, but please help me so we can avoid a tragedy. Please let the 3 families know that Mion Sonozaki, the successor to the head of the Sonozaki family, and Rika Furude, a mascot for the cult of Oyashiro-sama, are in this classroom. If anyone from the 3 families helps you, I am sure their conspiracy will be exposed by tonight. The alien invasion is going to happen very soon. Please get going quickly. To my ally, Oishi-san, Rena Ryugu. Oishi threw the scrapbooks to the ground. Damn it! How can she call me her ally? Is a kitchen timer like an alarm clock? Old appliances didn't have timers. A kitchen timer is a device that turns on appliances at a given time. When you plug it in, it provides electricity at a set time, so the appliance will come on when you want it to. That's convenient. It's possible to use that to make a time bomb. Using a kitchen timer. That sure is something a girl would come up with. Why don't we call the electric company and turn the electricity off? If there's no power, the timer can't go off. But that won't work. If the classroom became dark, she would probably light her lighter. Maybe we can give her a sleeping pill as an antidote, but it would have to take effect slowly. I am sure she will have a hostage try it first. Be very careful. Understood. I will get one ready. I need to talk to Maybauer-san one more time. I have to tell him not to let Rinariku play with the lighter. I also have to tell him to turn the bug off. How about that, by the way? Have you heard anything interesting? The suspect seems to be abusing a hostage. Shit! I think it's Mion Sonozaki. Stop it, Rena. Rena kept hitting Mion, who had her hands tied behind her back. Rena wasn't using her fists, but instead the handle of her hatchet. Keiichi-kun, you promised me you wouldn't move. If you do, I will be angry. Rena's gaze intimidated me. Her eyes were full of madness. I could feel Rena's emotions boiling over on the inside. If I opposed her, she would easily cut off Mion's arm. What I can't forgive is that you dug up the corpses and turned them into the police. I trusted you. I trusted you. Rena hit Mion's face over and over. It wasn't just Mion's hands that were tied behind her. Her neck was also tied to a window frame with a bike lock, so there was no way that Mion could protect her face. I didn't know if her forehead was cut or if her nose was bleeding, but her face was covered in blood. Her blood got on the handle of the hatchet, and every time she got hit with it, more blood was smeared on her face. The handle of the hatchet could easily smash her forehead. Because of her position in the Sonozaki family, Mion could not say that she hit the bodies, so all she could do was endure. However, Rena continued to attack her. Rena no longer had any restraint. She might even continue until Mion's front teeth were broken. Stop it, Rena. Haven't you done enough? I will tell you the truth, so let Rena please stop hitting her. The truth. What is it, Keiichi-kun? No, you can't, Kei-chan. Everyone, please don't listen to what I'm about to say. I may say some disturbing stuff, but it isn't anything wrong, so please don't listen. Even if you hear it, forget that you did. Please. What are you going to tell me? Go on, Keiichi-kun. It's not a complicated story. That was for your sake. We found out afterwards that the place you buried the bodies was going to be clear-cut this summer, so we thought we had to do something about it, and Mion hid them in a safer place. You told me that same story the other night. Didn't I tell you that was something Mi-chan made up? Why would she lie? She wanted to help her friend. Mion did it to help you. That's a lie. I will not believe it. Why did you do that without talking to me then? Why did Mion even have to tell her? Mion was trying to be delicate. Mion did her best trying to hide what Rena did. Mion knew Rena was at her wit's end, and that was why she did it in secret. But Rena did not want to believe her. That's not so, Keiichi-kun. How contemptible of you, Mi-chan, to even deceive him. I won't say anything about your tricks during the club activities, but this, I cannot forgive you. I can't forgive you. I can't forgive you. I can't forgive you. Stop it. Don't hit Mion. Mion did not do anything. I never knew having your hands tied behind your back was that scary. Mion got hit repeatedly with the handle of the hatchet. She could only endure. She couldn't even protect herself with her hands. Hey, is it true, Mi-chan? If so, why did you not tell me? Can't you understand Mion's position? She has to follow certain rules as a member of the Sonozaki family. Shouldn't you be grateful for what she has done for you? I may have said it too aggressively. Rena turned around and glared at me. That's right, Keiichi-kun. Mi-chan sold me out to the police because of the circumstances surrounding the Sonozaki family. She sold out her friend. I was her friend. I really liked her. That was mean, Mi-chan. I really did like you so much. Why? How could you? This was senseless. Rena cried as if being bullied, but she was the one doing the bullying. Normally this would be so odd as to be impossible, but I had seen this scene before. I liked you. I trusted you. As I cried, I beat her to death. Rena repeatedly begged me to trust her, yet I beat her. I know what it is like to be the one doing the beating. Stop. Stop, stop, stop. Stop, Rena. Don't you realize what you are doing? You are hurting your friend with your own hands. I understand what you are feeling. I know you are sad because your friend betrayed you, right? But that is a misunderstanding. We did not betray you. We have all been thinking about you all this time. But she just could not see that. Even if she died, Rena probably would not realize she had made a terrible mistake. But someday you will realize, even if an insensitive guy like me realized, so Rena would realize it for sure. That is when you will feel even sadder, Rena. You will remember this bloody Mion one day. Then you will realize that you were the one who made her bloody, and you will regret that you did. But I was the only one who could understand that, because I remembered. There was no way for Rena to understand or realize that. I wondered if I was suffering the most of all. There was no way to avoid a tragedy. This was exactly the same tragedy with different actors. The main character was Rena instead of me, but it was the same thing. Where was I? I was in the audience now. I knew how the story ended, but I could not come onto the stage. Stop, Rena. Stop. Stop. Are you crying? What is wrong, Keiichi-kun? I stood up slowly and walked towards Rena, just like what Rena did for me before with my arms open. Please stop. Stop this, Rena. You may not know why now. You may not know why you have to stop now. But if you don't, you will regret it someday. So please, stop. Keiichi-kun, I will be mad if you don't move back to the wall. Rena's eyes went cold as she lifted the hatchet in her right hand. Don't, Kei-chan. I'm okay. Mion told me, but with such a bloody face, how could she be? Are you going to hit me with that hatchet? If you come any closer, I will, without hesitation. I don't need you anymore, Keiichi-kun, but I want to be with you until the end. So please don't make me mad, okay? Okay? She sounded gentle, but her expression was telling me there really would be no hesitation. Rena would crack my head open with a hatchet immediately. But who cares? If you were in my shoes, what do you think you would do? Of course I don't want to die, so I wouldn't oppose my opponent. If they had a weapon, I would be scared. That's a lie. I know you are strong enough to give up your own life for the sake of your friend. It is my turn now. My turn to be strong. I'm just like you. I won't hesitate to give up my own life for my friends. If you want, I will give that life to you. So stop this. If you trust your friends, stop hurting her. The same pain will attack you later, so stop. Nobody is trying to scare you. We are all thinking about you. Don't doubt that. Please believe it. Trust me. If you can come to trust me by smashing my head in, go ahead and crush my head with that hatchet. I won't try to protect myself. Don't come any closer. If you do, I will light this place up. Rena lifted the lighter overhead. You fool. How long are you going to dream about such crazy things? You already know that yourself, don't you? That is all just a bad dream. You want somebody to wake you up. I am here. I am here to wake you up from your nightmares. You are the one who has to wake up, Keiichi-kun. Can't you believe that those aliens are trying to invade the village? You believed me back then. Are you doubting me again? Can't you trust me? Rena opened the lid of the lighter. I could tell her thumb was about to light it. Rena was prepared to die along with everyone else. Rena would die without knowing the truth. She would die believing it was the world that was crazy. Where was the time bomb? We are doing everything we can here, so please help us. That is all. If you don't have any questions, I'll end the communication. Is there anything else? No, not really. Wait, yeah, I do have one thing to say. What is it? Please tell Oishi they should never have told Rena about my past. If I come out of this alive, I'll punch him, so he had better be prepared. 2 punches. One for telling Rena about me, and another for telling me about Rena. I understand. Oishi-san is disappointed in himself for letting Rena Ryugu fool him. I'm sure he'll be happy to let you throw a punch or two. Is that it now? Yeah, I have already wasted a few minutes here. See ya. Be safe. Click. Rena was still on the phone. Oishi-san was definitely trying to stall her. From what I could hear, it sounded like he is telling her that they investigated the main Suzaki residence and found something awful in their secret basement or something like that. If you went too far, Rena would believe everything again. Mion was going to get hit again for lying. Keiichi, Rika-chan and Satoko crawled up to me. Did you hear? Traps are my specialty. I can't let Rena-san do this to me. Satoko realized how serious the situation was as well. The lives of the hostages, including her own, were about to be taken. Yet she tried to remain strong. Satoko, even if you die, please don't hate Rena. Rena is sick. She was just unfortunate enough to get this tragic disease. Remember? We had so much fun together. Satoko, I still believe both you and Rena are my wonderful friends. How can you still say that she is your friend after what she has done to Mion-san? But can't you understand, Satoko? Who approved that exactly? I did, Oishi-kun. Chief, Takasugi-kun has informed me of the situation. He also told me that you started all this. You can go now. The troops will take over. The troops? Otaka-kun, you aren't going to storm the building, are you? I understand the risk, but we don't have any time left before the bomb goes off. You have taken too long. We are here to take care of the mess you left behind. Just step back for a minute. I couldn't talk back if both a chief and a guide from the prefectural headquarters gave me an order. Oishi-san, who the heck is he? That's Otaka-kun. A long time ago, he was showing off even though he was bad at mahjong, so I taught him a lesson. Or maybe he's still holding a grudge for when I knocked him unconscious in that kendo tournament. Obviously, we didn't get along. Give me the latest update, Oishi-kun. Are you serious about storming the school? We were about to settle things peacefully with some sleeping pills. What are you trying to accomplish here? It is too late for that. If we had another hour, that would be possible. Instead, a special unit from the prefectural police department will move in. Your unit will be their backup. Chief, you know what is going on, don't you? That classroom itself has turned into a huge bomb. But even if the classroom isn't the bomb we are scared of, it's the suspect Rena Ryugu. We finally calmed her down and found a way to settle this peacefully, and we were about to start the operation. I know we only have about 10 minutes, but I'll make sure this works. I'll continue negotiating. If it doesn't work, I will be blown up. Then you can sit back and say I told you so, okay? Oishi-kun, the special unit from the prefectural police department isn't just any old unit. You have heard about the second company, haven't you? What is that, Oishi-san? Is this second company that well known? Do you remember about 5 years ago when the JRA hijacked that airplane, Flight 472? I have heard that special counter-terrorist units were put together in Tokyo and Osaka after that incident. So they really do exist. But why would a special unit from Osaka be here? Otaka smiled proudly. We just happened to be holding a training session with your prefectural police unit. We requested their help. You haven't changed, have you? You have a bad tendency to escalate matters quickly. The company members exited the vehicles one after another and took position. They did not move like policemen. Otaka-kun, are you really going to have a gunfight here? One shot is all it will take to trigger an explosion. Don't worry, they won't use firearms. They are using riot shields and riot guns. These guns send out tear gas at high pressures. There will be no issue with explosions. I've never heard of such convenient water guns. By the way, can that toy reach the classroom from across the schoolyard? You don't need to worry about that. You just move over and let us do our job. As I lifted my arms exaggeratedly, one elbow accidentally touched the car horn which honked. Of course, I did it on purpose. Are you trying to get Keiji Mibara's attention? Of course, I just hope he heard it. What are you going to tell him now? They are probably thinking about breaking one of the windows with a grenade and then shooting tear gas into the room. They have no idea how serious Rena Ryugu is. Deadly serious. Even the noise of a window breaking could drive her over the edge. Are you saying the special unit cannot suppress her? Of course not. That is why we have been so careful. Rena Ryugu has been intending to kill herself this whole time. A raid doesn't work on people who don't care about dying. We only have Maepara-san now. Oishi-san? Here he is. Hello, this is Oishi. If you can hear me, please cough. This is an emergency. Please listen. I have a feeling it is not good news. Unfortunately, you are right. The prefectural police are getting involved. They are going to ruin everything we have worked for so far. There's a special unit about to break in. The only reason I haven't used my pepper spray is because that won't stop her from igniting the gas. A raid won't work. The prefectural police don't understand that Ryugu-san is prepared to die. They are assuming the lighter is just a threat and that she isn't really going to ignite the gas. They will break in within 5 minutes or so. Please take the lighter from Rena Ryugu before they move in. Is that in addition to your order to do something about the time bomb? Yes, that's right. You've got to be kidding me. You want me to take the lighter from Rena and do something about the time bomb too, all within 5 minutes? Come on. You are the only one we can count on. I am begging you. How is it, Satoko? Can you think of something? I just have to check the hallway on the first floor to check whether it's there or not. Knowing Rena-san's patterns, if it was on the first floor, it would be there. And if it was on the second floor, it would be there. I just have to check to see if there's a cord in the hallway on the first floor, right? It should be there. If Rena-san was in a normal state of mind, I would know for certain. But with her being like this, I really cannot figure out her thought pattern right now. Okay, I'll do something. We don't even have time to think about it. I'll look into those two options myself. I don't want another tragedy. You demons down in hell. I bet you're just waiting for an amusing ending to unfold while eating some popcorn. I will not let that happen. I'm going to change everything, and then I'm going to make you pick your popcorn up off the floor. I spoke to Rena as she continued on with her story about the aliens. What is it? What's the matter, Keiji-kun? Didn't you hear something just now? Rena went quiet and looked around. Rena had become totally paranoid about everything. Once she became worried, she could not ignore it. Really? Are you sure, Keiji-kun? Yeah, I am sure I heard something. I knew she would want to check it herself, but she really could not leave the room for something like that. So in that case, she would have to ask me to check for her. Rena must have been thinking the same thing. Keiji-kun, can you go check? Rena gave me an order with a fake smile on her lips. Yeah, okay. Rena watched me go out into the hallway. As I did, she spoke to me. Don't make me angry, okay? Trust me, I am your friend. Yeah, I trust you. I trust you. So don't betray me, okay? After being freed from Rena, I looked for a cord in a hurry. I didn't even have 5 minutes. The office probably had more outlets than anywhere else. I headed for the teacher's office. Shit, where were the outlets? Unlike light switches, outlets couldn't always be found near entrances. Damn it, why did the clock in the teacher's office have to make such loud ticking noise? Don't worry, Keiichi will find it. Rena-san would, if I were Rena-san. If Rena-san was even more mistrusting than usual, where would she set the trap? A trap expert like myself ought to be able to discern that. What's this? I saw a plug inserted into the unit under the principal's desk, and I also saw a cord extending under the door to the reception room. There shouldn't have been any reason why a cord had to be extended into that room. The reception room had an outlet of its own. I tiptoed over to the reception room and opened the door. The door squeaked as I cracked it open a little. I poked my head inside the reception room. I saw the suspicious cord crossing the room and extending under the door to the hallway. I followed the cord through the reception room. I opened the door to the hallway, and the cord was extending into the storage closet. The storage closet was used to hold cleaning chemicals. I could smell them from here. The cord was extending into there. I carefully opened the door and turned the light on. The cord was attached to another extension cord, and there was an alarm clock that didn't belong in there. I found it. The time bomb. So all I would have to do was to unplug the cord. I picked up the alarm clock. It looked like a normal alarm clock. Actually, it was a normal alarm clock. I remembered Kumagai's-san calling it a kitchen timer. He said it was a bit like an alarm clock. But this wasn't a bit like an alarm clock. It was an alarm clock. Wait, didn't alarm clocks use batteries? This alarm clock was a battery-operated one too. I looked at the extension cord and there was nothing plugged into it. What was this extension cord for? Why was this extending all the way from the teacher's office? No, Keiichi-san. Run. Satoko, that's the wrong place. You have been tricked. A black shadow was covering me. I felt my body freeze. It was so frozen that I felt it was about to crack. I turned around slowly and saw someone holding a hatchet above their head. I dropped the alarm clock. It made a noise as it hit the ground. Why did you follow the extension cord? And why did you have the alarm clock in your hands? Why did you? All the cells in my body were frozen. This was Rena's trap. Rena was suspicious of everyone, including me. This whole time she thought there was someone connected to the people outside. This was a trap to lure that person out. Only the people outside knew about the time bomb. I was told about the whole thing, and so I followed the extension cord and picked up the alarm clock. How stupid of me. Wait, Rena? I trusted you, Keiichi-kun. How could you? Rena hit me with the backside of the hatchet earlier. It was painful, but it did not kill me. But this time, she was holding the hatchet the right way. It would not just crack my forehead, it would split my entire head open. Rena lifted the hatchet mercilessly. She moved slowly as if everything was in slow motion. She looked almost divine. Maybe it really was holy. I was praying after all. Praying? What was I praying for? I was praying for my life. It was so sudden I couldn't tell what happened. Rika-chan had jumped onto Rena from behind. I didn't know what kind of weapon Rika-chan used, but Rena started moaning. It clearly hurt. That brought me back to reality. I couldn't just watch them. I had to get the lighter from Rena. Don't think you can win with mere force. Rena knew I was after the lighter. She closed her fingers around it tightly. Rika-chan was grabbing onto the arm Rena was holding the hatchet in. I wanted to tell her to run, but thanks to Rika-chan, I used both my hands to get at the lighter. The lighter flew out of Rena's hand. It hit the hallway and dropped down to the floor. I picked it up. At the same moment I did, Rena managed to shake off Rika-chan. Keiichi-san, I know now. I figured it out. I heard Satoko screaming from the classroom. Satoko had figured out where Rena hid the time bomb. I wanted to catch Rena, but I did not have time for that. I had to do something about the time bomb instead. Keiichi, hurry up and go back to Satoko. Rika-chan had spread her arms, blocking Rena's path forward. What are you doing? Just run. Keiichi, this is not the first time I have done this for you. Don't you remember? If I had tried a little harder the previous time, you could have made it. So this time you are going to make it. Just go. I did not know what Rika-chan was talking about, but there was only one thing I did know. Just like Rena and Mion were ready to give up their lives for their friends, and I was willing to give up mine, Rika-chan was prepared for that too. Therefore, telling Rika-chan to run was like telling her she was not my friend. And so I will depend on my friend Rika-chan. Thank you, Rika-chan. Keiichi said, we are running out of time. Leaving it to Rika-chan, I dashed for the classroom. As soon as Rika heard Keiichi's footsteps reach the classroom door, she sighed in relief. As she did, Rena's black shadow came ever closer. That's great. That's just great. This isn't a club activity, you know. You will be killed for real. You will be killed by an angry Rena. You are not afraid of me, are you? You are amazing, Rika-chan. Rika grabbed the mop as she ran from the storage closet. She picked it up and held it upside down like a spear. Rika's stance told Rena that she was ready to fight. Rika did not look like a little girl anymore. She looked so brave that Rena was even startled by it. Boy, you really are amazing. You are not afraid of being killed at all. Rika smiled cynically. Rika usually never smiled this way. Do you really think I would be afraid of death? I have experienced several hundred deaths up until now. Why should I be afraid of it all of a sudden? You are not Rika-chan, are you? You are the one I met that night. Show yourself, alien. Where is the real Rika-chan? The real Rika? She is right here. The way you are looking down on me, that really is like Rika-chan. I get it. Oh, Yashiro-sama is an alien. The Furude family is descended from him, and therefore you are all a descendant of aliens. I will crack open your head and drag out all the parasites in your brain. Rena raised her hatchet and charged at Rika with a scream. One swing is all I need to smash your head open. Rena looked like a beast charging towards its prey. Rika took a step backwards and lowered her body, preparing to counterattack. She did that with no hesitation. Even a minute is plenty. I will play with you. Come on, Hatchet Girl. Do you not get it, Keiichi-san? All the hints were already in place this morning. Calm down, Satoko. Explain more slowly so I can understand. What are you trying to say? It's simple if you just remember. Come on, it's quite obvious when you do. Something stinks today. Close the windows. Silly, it'll be hotter in here if we close the windows. We have been smelling gasoline coming from outdoors. There were no forestry service people in the office, so they weren't doing any work today. The smell wasn't coming from anything they were doing. In other words, it's the smell of Rena's gasoline. Rena hid the gasoline near the classroom. She had it in a plastic container. You can't smell gasoline that's in a plastic container. So in other words, she had more gasoline ready than just in the container she used to spread it around the classroom. Where was the smell coming from? Was it coming from outside? Vaporized gasoline is heavier than air. It sinks. There was another hint other than that. What? Our ball's missing. You hid it again, didn't you, Hojo? Why would I hide such a stupid thing? If I was going to hide something, I would hide something better than that. Kids who love to play with their ball never lose it. It should have been the same place it always was, but it was gone. So that must mean that Rena used it for something. The gasoline was coming from above. A ball was missing, so maybe it was stuffed somewhere. Rena-san blocked the drain with the ball and poured gasoline in the drain canal. Where? On the roof of the second floor. The drain canal extended along the roof of the second floor, and then came straight down to the ground. If it was plugged and filled with gasoline, it was like a huge Molotov cocktail that extended from the ground to the roof of the second floor. Okay, that is kind of badass. I kind of want to see that happen for real. Not gonna lie, the pyromaniac in me kind of wants to see what would happen if that happened for real. That being said, I need to use the facility, so I will be right back. Furthermore, the drain canal ran by the classroom windows. If the canal exploded, the classroom would explode too. Therefore, the time bomb must be... I bet she ran an extension cord out the second floor window. It's on the rooftop. I picked up a pair of scissors and cut Satoko's bonds. By the way, how did Rika-chan free herself from the rope? I apologize for not being thin enough to slip out myself. I rubbed Satoko's head. Take care of the rest here. I am going up to the roof. As I jumped out of the classroom, Satoko stopped me. Keiichi-san, here. What is it? Something silver sailed through the air. I caught it. It was a metal bat. That's Nini's. Make sure you give it back to me, okay? Sure thing. Thanks, Satoko. The metal bat fit right in my palm. I didn't even feel its weight. It really eased my mind. The name Satoshi was written on the handle. This was the bat that belonged to Sato's brother, Satoshi. He was the victim of last year's tragedy. You and I, we are the same. I won't let another tragedy take place. I'll treat this as a gift from you, who is waiting in the wings. Let's rip apart the script of this demonic tragedy together. Let's go, Satoshi. As I tried to run up the stairs, I heard a loud noise coming from the hallway by the teacher's office. I saw Rika-chan rolling on the floor. Damn, Rika-chan, you held out as long as you could. Damn it. If my body were 5 years older. You are next, Keiji-kun. Shit, I have to go. I have to get to the rooftop. How did you figure it out? How did you? Still, I won't let you get up there. Ren's face looked unbelievably scary. She was ready to rip me apart if she caught me. In that case, just try me. I jumped up the stairs, skipping every other step. I turned on the bug in my pocket. I did not have time to put in the earphones. As Rena flew up the stairs, her foot got caught on a jump rope. She tripped, and then 3 buckets fell on her head, the result of Sato's trap. It was Satoko-chan. Satoko leaned against the wall and waved her index finger in a mocking gesture. Oh ho ho ho! You are pretty good, but you are about 300 million light years too early to go up against a trap expert like me. Satoko-chan, light years are a unit of distance, not time. The 4th bucket hit Satoko on the head. I continued up to the rooftop. Rena ignored Satoko and ran after me. Oishi-san, I did it. I got the lighter. I know where the time bomb is. It's on the rooftop in the drain canal. I'm headed up there right now. Oishi-san, is that it? Oishi grabbed a pair of binoculars from Kumagai and looked at the rain gutter on the rooftop. There was something like an alarm clock sitting there. The cord from the clock was extending into the 2nd floor window. It was so obvious, but they did not even notice until just then. Satoko was working hard to remove her classmates' restraints, but she couldn't do anything about the bike lock on Mion's neck. Just run, everyone. Forget about me. That doesn't sound like Mion-san. Why not act like our club president even in a situation like this? All you have to do, as our president, is to give me an order to undo this lock, okay? Satoko reached for the back of her collar and produced a bent hairpin. Satoko opened the window, climbed onto the windowsill, and faced the bike lock that was restraining Mion. Everyone open the curtains in the windows, then run. But, Class Press, what about Mibara-san? The police will help Kei-chan. You all need to run as soon as possible. Did you unlock it already? To me, this type of lock is child's play. The binoculars were trained on the classroom. All the curtains were open, as well as all the windows. The children, in turn, were all running out onto the schoolyard. Oishi pushed Otaka aside and grabbed his radio and yelled into it. All units, go, go, go. Secure the hostages. The suspect is going up to the 2nd floor, running after one of them. What are you doing? Otaka tried to grab the radio from Oishi, but Kumagai stepped in. Oishi-kun, give me back the radio. There was a dull noise and Otaka crumbled to the floor, convulsing. Sorry. I guess my knee happened to hit your balls. The classroom is still filled with gasoline. Be very careful. You are forbidden from using any gas bombs or flares. Again, do not use gas bombs or flares. The whole place will blow. Support unit to HQ. We secured 24 hostages. One is injured. This is the assault unit. We are trying to take control of the first floor. We've got a problem. The electrical room is locked and we cannot get in. You can't get in? Can't you break down the door? It's located directly opposite the classroom. The smell of gasoline is strong here. We might ignite the glass when breaking down the door. We will await further orders. Shit! We could have just turned the power off. Well, you can now. Forget the electrical room and go secure the second floor. Assault unit, roger that. Alpha, go, go, go. Otaka-kun, what were you going to do if you failed to secure the electrical room? That's what the special unit was for. This is the problem with rich boys. You'll just have to secure the clock's outlet now. Sniper unit to HQ. I can see a male hostage on the rooftop of the first floor. Oishi-san, that's Maebara-kun. Give me the speaker. Maebara-san, the clock is plugged into the back room on the second floor. I shook my head repeatedly. I couldn't do that. Brenda was coming after me, so I couldn't head that way. What else could I do? The only way was to go up to the roof of the second floor and get the clock from there. Maebara-san, continue up to the roof of the second floor. I'll direct you from there. Oishi-san was telling me to go further up. Satoko only told me that I was on the rooftop of the second floor, and she didn't tell me where exactly. She only said that it was in the drain canal, but maybe Oishi found it with his binoculars. I put my foot on the railing of the veranda and ran up to the rooftop. I had never felt so light. I felt like I could lift myself up with just 2 or 3 fingers. That's it. Keep going. It's at the furthest end of the drain pipe. You only have 30 seconds. 30 seconds would be plenty of time. I could get there in half that. Over there. Was that it? It was. Sniper unit to HQ. I can see the suspect on the rooftop of the first floor. I wish you could fire, but you're using live ammo, aren't you? It's not tear gas or anything, is it? No, it's live ammunition. Use those in the military. Japanese police don't need anything like that. Maebara-san, she is after you. Hurry. She'll be there soon enough. How many more seconds did I have? Who cares? I slid down the roof and grabbed the kitchen timer that was sitting on the drain pipe, which was filled with gasoline. There was a cord with copper wire attached to it. This was supposed to create sparks and start an explosion. The hands on the clock kept moving, with the second hand trying to reach the minute hand. 6, 5, 4, 3. I threw it to the ground. A moment later, I heard the noise of something breaking. Did I do it? Assault Unit to HQ, the time bomb has been stopped. Yeah. Oishi-san, we did it, we did it. Yeah. Maebara-san, good job. Keiichi-san certainly made me nervous. Cutting it so close is not elegant, you know. Not only policemen, but the children who are on the way to ambulances raise their voices and cheer. Oishi-san, there's a message from the fire department. The scene is still dangerous, so order all units to retreat immediately. Isn't the time bomb gone, though? Although the ignition device is gone, it is still extremely dangerous. The lives of the assault unit might be at stake. Damn. What about Maebara-kun up there? Can he jump off? Oishi-san, according to the map, there's a flower bed by the school building. We'll tell him to jump there. Okay, guys, just pointing this out, but if she really wanted to finish things off, she has a hatchet. All she needs to do is find some metal and start hatcheting at it to create a spark, right? I mean, right? Oishi to all units. Stop the operation. Fall back immediately. Fall back. Alpha here, roger that. Beta here, roger that. Fall back. Fall back. Can you hear me? Maybar-san. Ryugu-san too. It is too dangerous to stay there. It might explode at any minute. There's a flower bed by the school building. Jump down there. A flower bed? Damn it, I can't see it from here. But it didn't sound like I had enough time to be looking for it. I noticed a white hand at the edge of the roof, followed by Rena's head. Rena slowly crawled up to the rooftop. I waited for her there. I never thought you would find it. It was all for nothing. Rena scratched at her throat. The band-aids peeled off and her throat started to bleed. It's game over, Rena. We were confronting each other on the rooftop of the second floor. This was not a club activity, but a real battle. Rena was glaring at me with hatred at first. But maybe because she had already given up, she started smiling wickedly. I heard the chorus of the Higurashi in the background, as if to cool us down from the heat of battle. I did not think we needed their service yet, though. Yeah, if it was a board game, you would have reached the goal and won. But this is not a game. So this is not a goal. It is a dead end. Shit, you do not give up, do you? Rena, you really are strong. You never give up. You fight until the bitter end. You keep believing until that point, too. Praise like that will not make me happy now. You ruined everything that I had risked my life for, Keiichi-kun. I was simply trying to protect our species from the aliens. You ruined it. If humans go extinct, it will be your fault, Keiichi-kun. That will be recorded in history. I did not mean to laugh, but I could not help it. My name would be written down in the history books of the aliens as the one who destroyed the human species. Somehow, that sounded kinda cool. Rena, no matter what you have to say, I have won this game. I have already won, and you just do not want to admit it. That is all. Yeah, maybe you are right, but maybe that's not how it works. A game does not end when there is a winner. It ends when there is a loser. That means, for me, winning is not enough. What do you mean? I tapped my shoulder with a metal bat, gesturing for Rena to come at me. I'm going to make you understand that you lost. I will not run or hide. Do you know why? According to the rules of our club, we do not run from our enemies. I will prove to you that you have already lost, Rena. Are you ready? Parasites and aliens? How stupid. Who would believe in things like that these days? I can only laugh. You never believed me in the first place, yet you pretended that you did. How dare you deceive me? I will not forgive you. I will never forgive you. I don't care if you believe in those things, but I would never believe in anything that stupid. Well, if I did have to believe in anything like that, I'd rather believe in the buried treasures of the Tokugawa shogunate. But if you still want me to believe, do you not remember our club's rules? Whoever concedes victory is the correct one. There you go. Rena and I grinned at each other, and as we went around circles on the rooftop, we both checked the distance between us. If you can take me down, I will believe in your alien stories. I will perform a mysterious dance every morning and night to call for UFOs to come and beam up livestock. But Rena, if I take you down, then I want you to be ready. I do not think you even need to think further than that. I don't think you do. You'll never defeat me. Rena came at me with a heavy strike. I caught easily with the metal bat. It looked like there were some sparks. This was finally getting interesting. Maybe you shouldn't say that yet. You might be wrong, you know. When I went through a whole lot of fierce battles in our club, I learned something. I learned about myself. Now I know what I need to bring out my ultimate power. Really? I wonder what it is. I wonder. Rena, your hatchet can be a powerful weapon, but my metal bat is as powerful as your hatchet. Sure, it does not have a blade, but it reaches further and is easy to handle. I will not be going for a defensive battle. I am going to fight you face to face, and I am going to defeat you. I am sure I am stronger than you physically, but you are better at drawing out your true potential, Rena. In other words, we are equally matched. This is great. I will not need to hold back at all. So what are you going to do after you beat me? Take that, and that. I think I might have the upper hand. I am just warming up. Just you wait and see. Wait and see what I do after I take you down. We have both put a lot of chips on the pile. Prepare yourself for having to make a big payout. Aren't you counting your chickens before they have hatched? Your bluffing is just pathetic. You do not get it, do you? My strength increases in proportion to my reward, don't you know? Let's see. You will be my personal maid. Starting from the moment I wake up until I go to sleep at night, you will serve me all day, every day. With Coach's help, you will be wearing a different costume every day. Wait until I go to sleep at night? Well, if I make it so that you won't let me sleep instead. How about that? That is so like you, Keiichi-kun. No, thank you. Actually, I will win and make you my servant. We both laughed like crazy people as we struck at each other. It was strange how much fun it was becoming. Rena and I were trying to kill each other, and yet it was a blast. Sparks were flying. We could get seriously injured. If we fell off the rooftop, we would break our bones, yet this was so much fun. I had been mourning and crying all day today while Rena terrified me. How did all that turn into this? The two of us cannot be serious even if we try. Even with sparks flying, we can only goof around. Too bad. That is not me. I like being elegant and graceful. You can have fun goofing around by yourself, Keiichi-kun. Rena's next strike came at a strange angle, but I managed to deflect it. Whoa. That is too weak. You are done. Finally, I am all warmed up. This is just a warm-up, right? Stupid, this isn't even a warm-up. This is like taking a walk. You are all sweaty. Instead of sweat, you will be covered in your own blood. Maibara-san, jump off. Come on, jump. He isn't even listening to us. He is so into it that he cannot even hear anything. Oishi-san. Sorry. What is it? What do you mean, what is it? We have to figure out a way to rescue him. Oishi couldn't figure out why he was distracted, considering the seriousness of the situation. He was engrossed in watching the two of them fight with the sunset behind them. But Oishi was not the only one. Everyone watching was captivated by their battle on the rooftop. At that moment, a sudden loud voice broke the silence. Maibara-san, hang in there. Careful, do not fall. The students who were about to climb onto the ambulance were cheering him on. Mion was being lowered into a stretcher with bandages around her head, but even she sat up captivated as she was by Rina and Keiichi's duel. Our once happy days were supposed to have shattered due to a series of misunderstandings. They were supposed to be irretrievable. But why? Why did I feel this way? This was such a close game, but it wouldn't be fun to stay in a stalemate forever. Rina and I kicked at each other with perfect timing, and it increased the distance between us. Hey. This is a blast. What do you think, Rina? Isn't this just the best? I have been having fun since the very beginning, but it'll be even more fun to split your head open, Keiichi-kun. Split it open. That is dangerous. Over here. Come back over here. Let's use more space. Something like this does not happen too often. Let's enjoy it as much as we can. This would make a great picture. Look, there's a beautiful moon behind us. The breeze feels great. It was such a fantastical scene. Two people were fighting on the rooftop of the school building with the moon behind them. It was almost unbelievable. All the policemen and children looked at that mysterious and fantastical scene from a distance, completely entranced. Everyone was thinking the same thing, but nobody said anything. Why does it look like they are having fun? Getting all fired up in a breeze this cool. It reminds me of the Nagashi festival. I do not really like to just sit back and enjoy the cool of the evening silence. When the moon comes up, I turn into an animal. All us club members went crazy on the night of Nagashi. The mayor scolded us by the end of it, but we laughed at each other and promised to do the same thing again next year. Going crazy under the moon. That sounds cool, doesn't it? Maybe we are already crazy. Yeah, I feel the same. We are having fun trying to kill each other. We must be mad already. This must be what insanity is like. Some people say the moon has the power to arouse passions in people. Maybe that is true, and maybe it is not. One thing that is for sure is that even if it were a new moon tonight, we would still feel the same way. As our surroundings got darker, the sparks we would create with each hit started to look like fireflies. Hey now, isn't there gasoline in the drain pipe right nearby? Who cares? If an explosion happens, it happens. What are you doing? Are you getting too swayed to hold the bat? Why don't you take a break and dry your hands off? I'll split your head open while you do that, though. That's a good one. Isn't your skirt clinging to your legs? You can take it off if you want. I'll just watch you instead of attacking. Really? Then I'll give you a good blow to the head while you're charmed by my legs. This really is so much fun, isn't it, Rina? Yeah, it sure is. We flew, we danced, we struck, we laughed. We stepped back once in a while to catch a breath, and then charged at each other and let the sparks fly. We aimed at each other as we went around in circles on the rooftop of the school. our special stage. Rena and I were all sweating. But we were not exhausted yet. The beads of sweat rolling down my body just tickled me. We exchanged furious blows one after the other. Neither of us was at advantage or disadvantage. Neither of us exulted in victory or raged in defeat. The battle with Rena in itself was fun. It was like a dance. A dance I could not dance by myself. It was a dance I could only dance with someone with whom I was equally matched. Didn't you think the same thing I did when we did that club activity with the whole class? The day we dueled with water guns. Yeah, I did. We wanted to fight like this again. As we thought that way on the rooftop, our classmates down below must have thought the same. Our fight was so pure and passionate that everyone thought the same thing. We wanted to join them. It was the same back then. We were using water guns, but we did the same thing. But this is far more fun. I do not have to worry about how much water I have left in my gun. Yeah, we cannot create sparks with water guns. We could not strike at each other like this either. We both were breathing hard, waiting for the right timing to take a step forward. In the midst of that, we grinned at each other. This is exactly what I said then, but I am going to say it again. Okay then, I will respond just the same. We both smiled wickedly in the same moment. This is so much fun. I don't even want to end this. Don't hate me if you lose. No, I won't. I would hate myself for ending this game. I know I would not be the one to cry in the end. I do not know about that. Your feet are getting weak as if they are made out of straw. Shut up. Everyone was captivated by our fight. They were swept up in our fight. We both had weapons deadly enough to seriously hurt one another. But we were both perfectly matched and neither of us had hit the other one. Why did they look so happy? This was just ridiculous. All the people below were just watching this fight on the rooftop with a beautiful moon as a background. Not even the police could stop them. This was impossible. The battle was absurd and absolutely impossible. Keiichi-san, try to stay in the middle of the roof. Use the height to your advantage. Satoko and some of her classmates cheered Keiichi on, but there were some who were cheering for Rena too. To them, this was no longer a fight to the death. It was just the second round of their water gun battle. A club activity is a club activity, and a game is a game. This was just a second round, so nobody would die. Even though they had real weapons, nobody thought they would get hurt. Rika was not cheering. She was just looking up at the rooftop. I've never seen anything like this before, Rika thought to herself. She thought Keiichi could win, not just against Rena. Rika thought Keiichi could even destroy the walls with a maze of tragedies that had no exit. What are the snipers doing? The suspect is trying to harm the hostage. Fire immediately. As Otaka yelled into the radio, Mion screamed for him to stop. No, do not shoot Rena. Rena is not crazy anymore. She is not who she was earlier. That is a different Rena. So please do not shoot her. What do you mean she is different? Look, She is swinging around that weapon. She is trying to kill him. Unless we shoot her down, the hostage is in danger. No, no, do not shoot at Rena. If you shoot Rena, Kei-chan will kill you for sure. I can guarantee it. Why would he kill me? They are not trying to kill each other. They are just having fun creating sparks. Can't you see? Kei-chan is talking to her too. He is telling her that they are equal. That means she can trust him more than anyone. Kei-chan will wake Rena up. No, he is already waking her up. Rena's nightmare is almost over. Keiji-kun, you are the best. I do not even want to kill you anymore. A world without you would be so boring. Thanks for the compliment. I appreciate it. So what is going to happen to the world? Are aliens trying to invade it? You know, I don't think I even care about aliens or parasites anymore. If the world is going to perish, go ahead and perish. Who cares about the conspiracy of the three families anyway? That's right, even if a meteor hits the Earth tomorrow, nothing could be more fun than this moment. Aren't you supposed to die tonight due to some poison? You sure don't look like you only have a few hours left to live. That's right, I completely forgot about that. I am supposed to claw out my throat and die tonight. That's a snare you came up with, don't forget. Come on, scratch your throat once in a while at least. I know, it doesn't itch anymore, does it? It definitely does not. This is more fun than scratching your throat could ever be. Yeah, this dance of ours really is way more fun. I wished it would never end, but my body was screaming. I was breathing hard and felt dizzy from lack of oxygen. My upper body felt as light as a piece of paper, as if even a slight breeze could take me away. It really had been a blast, but I needed to end it soon. I felt the same sadness as in that water gun fight. Back then, it had been declared a draw. I wonder what will happen this time. Who knows? But one thing is for certain. What? I love doing this with you. Me too. I jumped backwards and slammed the roof with my bat. The sound was as intense as a huge drum, and the noise woke up the people who were captivated by our fight. The silence returned, and the chorus of the Higurashi filled the air. Okay, let's pause for a moment. Sure, let's end this with one more strike. We started to move slowly and increase the distance between us. Everyone realized it. This fight was ending very soon. Okay, this is it. I am going to ask you one more time. What is it? You are banging something on this, right? Isn't that why you were fighting? I did. Sorry, I forgot. You are hopeless. Okay, listen carefully. If I win, you will become my personal maid and serve me every day. You'll have to introduce me to others as your master. My uniform better be cute. Of course it will. There will be a variety of uniforms, ranging from old-fashioned ones to ones that are a little dangerous. They will be custom made so they will fit you perfectly. How about that? My goodness, I do not intend to lose, but that could be fun somehow. If you win, Rena, I paused for a moment. If you win, I will believe your stories. Rena was happy until just a moment ago, but that expression was suddenly wiped from her face. Aliens are invading the Earth, and we have parasites in our brains. The Sonozaki family is pulling the strings. They are researching the parasites in secret, and aliens will be in control of the world starting tomorrow. I will believe in that. Also, since you are dying tonight, I will make sure you go peacefully, so do not worry. It is not fun if I win, is it? Your reward sounds a lot more fun, Keiichi-kun. Well, what can I do? You did all this because of what I just said, right? Yeah, I guess. Sorry, I almost forgot. Rena smiled sadly for a moment, but soon that expression was wiped off her face too. I am going to win, no matter what. I want my personal maid. It's not fun if I win. Then do you want to change it? What do you want? Finally, Rena smiled happily again. The breeze dried our sweat. It was a good feeling. We no longer went crazy, even with the moon out. We could finally enjoy the coolness of the evening. It would be so nice if we could just lie down on our backs and gaze at the moon. Still smiling a little, Rena spoke. I want the same reward as yours, Keiichi-kun. What? You want me to be your maid? That is something. You don't have to be my maid, but for the rest, it's the same. I want you to say good morning to me every morning and good night every night. I want you to treat me well and let me play around all the time. I guess no matter who wins, we will always be together. We will be together, but the one who gets the special treatment is different. Why am I fighting with someone I like so much? I don't know. Why are we on the rooftop? Why did we even come up here in the first place? I don't know. I forgot. Maybe we are both airheads. That's why we floated up here. Yeah, we are airhead buddies. We are buddies, alright. Well then, shall we get started? I do not want to cool down too much. You are right. We better finish up before it gets too cold. We readied our weapons and took our stances. I was going to suggest that we stop this. I really was. I shook my head slowly. No, we have to finish this. Otherwise it won't end. Our fight won't end. We can't quit. We have to bring it to an end. This isn't right. It's possible that no matter who wins or loses, there will be no reward. Even if that happens, we should not hate each other. So I'm going to tell you this now. What? It was fun. Yeah, I feel the same way. Rena, even if one of us dies, we will see each other again. And when we do, we will have fun in a normal way. We will laugh together in a normal way. And we will fall in love in a normal way. We won't doubt each other. We will trust each other. And we will meet again, right? For sure, right? Yes, for sure. Tears appeared in Rena's eyes. I noticed I was about to break down too. Okay, are you ready? There was no signal, but we stepped forward at the same time. Our shadows jumped in the moonlight. We were fighting so viciously earlier, but now it was like we were moving very slowly. We must have looked like a shadow play. Everyone was watching the shadows dance. Rena's shadow hit my metal bat violently. As a result, I let go of it. metal bat bounced on the roof, then rolled down to the schoolyard. I had lost my weapon. Here was Rena's chance. Of course she would not miss it. I was lying flat on the roof and Rena got on top of me. Rena's knees were holding down my arms, and there was no way for me to fight back. The moon was divided in two. The shadow of Rena's hatchet had split the moon right down the middle. This was the end. Shit, that was good. I can't even pull my arms away. Keiichi-kun, it is over, right? Not yet. It is not over until you swing down your hatchet. I don't wanna. I don't want to. I don't want to. Rena's arms were still raised, but tears were pouring from her eyes. What happened? What went wrong? I loved everyone and I trusted everyone. When did I start to doubt them? I don't know why I'm doing this to you. I don't know. Why? Why am I doing this to people I love so much? You realized it. You realized it in this world. I cannot believe myself. Every day was so much fun, but why? Why? I didn't have any complaints. I didn't worry about anything. So why did I try to destroy everything with my own two hands? Rena, you're incredible. After I killed you and Mion, I didn't even realize I had done anything wrong. So I left a note and called Oishi-san. I still believed that someone else was at fault. Even after I was dead. I didn't even notice I had sinned. How sad it was to kill my friends because of a little misunderstanding, even when they were trying to help me. And how painful it was not to realize it was a sin. Therefore, you're amazing, Rena. You didn't kill any of your friends. You came to your senses before you committed a sin. You're incredible, Rena. Just incredible. You're totally different from me. Rena stood up slowly and lowered her hatchet. I hurt my friend. I hurt Mi-chan. Just apologize to her. Personally, I appreciate that the wounds will help me tell the twins apart. I've already killed. No, you haven't. Who did you kill? Rina, Mamiya, and Teppei Hojo. Ah, those two. I thought it was right to kill them. But the day I killed them, the world started to go crazy. Did that mean that was wrong to kill them? I don't know if it was right or wrong, but it wasn't the best thing you could have done. What do you mean the best thing? Don't you know? I grabbed Rina's head and embraced her. Then I told her something so simple. It was so simple that anyone could think of it. But Rina didn't do it. I didn't do it either back then. If you are in danger or you feel like doubting others, or something sad happens, it was so simple. You should talk to your friends. That's right. You're right. Rena cried in my arms for a while. She cried about the wrong choice she made at the very beginning. The choice couldn't have been hard to see. I'm sure it was something that was within her grasp. How stupid it was to worry about it by herself. She had friends. She had friends whom she trusted. Why did she think she couldn't talk to her friends about it? I was wrong. Why didn't I talk about it? Everyone trusted me, so why didn't I trust them? I was the same way before. That's why I won't laugh at you. But you realized it. You realized it a lot sooner than I did. We will trust each other. We will never doubt our friends. We will rely on each other. We will talk to each other and help each other out. That's why friends are always happy and why we can endure anything together. Okay, Rena, why don't we respond to the curtain call? This is really the end of everything. What do you mean by the curtain call? What do you mean? Well, I was just talking to myself. Come on. We stood up together holding hands. The moon was hanging behind us. When I nodded, Rena threw away her hatchet. It disappeared into the darkness below. Then I spoke to the audience in hell, the demons who were not expecting this ending. I was proclaiming victory. That's all for tonight. We overcame this tragedy. We'll never doubt each other again. We'll be reunited forever. No matter what disaster might befall us, don't think we will ever yield. Who cares about tragedy? Who cares about disaster? Even if the script is written by demons, we will tear the whole thing to pieces. Okay, that was kind of a badass ending. And there are, what, two, three more games after this? How are they going to top this? I feel like they really wrapped everything up just now. Multiple worlds. I mean, I guess they could explain how Oishi is God a little bit better, but okay. That was a pretty badass ending. The Demon's Script. The 17th year of the Heisei era, early summer. The car began to rattle as the road turned from asphalt to gravel. The cry of the cicadas seeped through the tightly shut windows. Most people would open their car windows and let the natural air in, along with the sounds of the cicadas. But people are also spoiled. He would rather keep himself cool with the air conditioning turned to max than listen to the sounds of nature. Usually it was the rainy season at this time of the year, but this June the summer had already come without any rain, just like how the weather was on that day 20 years ago. The air around this area is just as clear as I remember it. Yeah, the winds are cool and the sunshine is bright. This place could have become a World Heritage Site like the village in Gifu. What a waste. But thanks to that, there are no irritating tourists around here. See, that makes it much better. Why do tourists forget about pedestrian traffic laws when they are in rural areas? They walk in the middle of the road, you know. Akasaka-senpai, do you still do stuff outdoors? Not as much as I used to. My job doesn't give me much free time. Same here. Oh, hey, there he is. The other man noticed and waved his hand before anyone in the car could honk the horn. The man was a young fellow on a motorcycle with a big backpack on his shoulders. He looked like he was ready to go camping. Akasaka and his partner stepped out of the car and shook hands with the young man. Captain, it is good to see you again. How have you been doing lately? Well, I hope. You can take it easy today. This is Akasaka-senpai. He took care of me back in college. Hello, my name is Akasaka. Oishi was supposed to come today, but he had to go for medical checkup at the last minute. Anyway, it is a pleasure to meet you. It is an honor, sir. So, Akasaka-senpai, where shall we go first? His name was Mamoru Akasaka. He was a veteran detective from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Despite the fact that he was close to his retirement, he had not lost his clear instinct and sharp eyes at all. Those eyes showed the confidence he had built through many risky experiences, and he had a well-built muscular body and a fearless aura. He must have fought against many violent criminals. His connection to Hinamizawa went back almost 30 years, all the way to 1978. He was in the Public Safety Division in the Metropolitan Police Department. He came to Hinamizawa to investigate the kidnapping case of the grandson of Inugai, the then Minister of Construction. There he met Oishi and Rika Furude. Rika Furude predicted her own death. Akasaka regretted for the rest of his life that he could not save that little girl from her fate. He saw the news of the great Hinamizawa disaster on TV and met up again with Oishi. They pledged to uncover the mystery of both the cruel fate that fell upon the little girl and the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa. Unfortunately, Hinamizawa was sealed off for a long time. As a result, all Akasaka and Oishi could do for the past 20 years was publish the little information they had gathered and ask for their readers to send their tips and clues. But recently the seal on Hinamizawa had finally been lifted. However, they could not come home to Hinamizawa until today due to Akasaka's busy work schedule and Oishi's poor health. In fact, Oishi was supposed to come with Akasaka, but he was called in for an emergency health checkup. The other two who came along were Akasaka's juniors from university. One worked at the ground SDF, and the other was his subordinate. They were assigned the mission of sealing off Hinamizawa, so they were quite knowledgeable about the village. Akasaka took out a scrapbook from his bag. The corners of the scrapbook were all dented, making it look very old. Akasaka flipped through the pages, thought for a second, and let them know his first destination. All right, please take me to Onikafuchi Swamp. No problem. Right this way, sir. The younger man got on his bike and waited for the others to get back to their car. They honked at each other to signal that they were ready, and the young man led the car to the swamp. Heading through the forest, they came to an open area where the ground was covered by concrete. There wasn't even a single drop of water in sight. All the water of the swamp had been replaced by concrete. That was what Onikafuchi Swamp looked like now. There isn't even a single drop of water, let alone a swamp. I was told that they sealed the swamp right after the disaster. This place was already encased in concrete by the time I arrived here for my mission. Let's go down there and take a closer look. Akasaka got out of the car and walked to the center of the concrete-filled swamp. It wasn't a parking lot or a heliport. It was just a huge empty concrete space right in the middle of the forest. So, this is the place people say was a landing spot for UFOs. Really? I've never heard of that. Well, that's what they write on occult websites. They say that this is the place where our government met with aliens. I can't blame them for such rumors, though, because an empty concrete space in the middle of a forest sure does look weird. Volcanic gas erupted from the swamp in June 1983. The deadly mixture of hydrogen sulfide and carbon dioxide engulfed and destroyed Hinamizawa in a single night. The village was sealed off and the SDF covered the swamp with concrete. But the people who write those rumors on the internet actually have a point. Any geologist could tell you that covering a source of volcanic gas with concrete is absolutely useless. That is true. I've never heard of anyone trying to prevent a volcano from erupting by pouring concrete into its crater. On the other hand, our country is known for wasteful construction using the taxpayers' money. Lately, people who love things like supernatural phenomena and UFOs write on the internet about the Great Hinamizawa disaster. It is well known by now that the cause of the disaster was an eruption of deadly volcanic gas from a magma chamber. In 1986, a similar natural disaster occurred at Lake Nyos in Cameroon, Africa. So people easily believe that such a rare natural disaster could occur anywhere on Earth, and that was what happened in Hinamizawa as well. However, a rumor about another possible explanation had begun to fly around on the internet recently. They say that the disaster was a cover-up by the government, and that it was actually a biochemical terrorist attack by aliens. Why had such a rumor began to spread now? They claim to back up their theory with a secret document known as File Number 34. Someone online named it File Number 34 for descriptive purposes, but the name spread and stuck since then because it sounded like a government conspiracy. People loved it. It's unknown how or from where they obtained those documents, but they posted scans and pictures which were all ridiculous. Plus, more fake evidence was produced over time, so now even the existence of such documents are in doubt. File number 34 deserves a bit more explanation. However, since it started on the internet, truths and lies were all mixed together, and has become more like an urban legend. So this is what is believed to mostly be true. File number 34 was a notebook written by a nurse named Mio Takano, who worked at a local clinic in Hinamizawa. File number 34 was most likely named after her. This woman was a researcher who studied the demon myth of Hinamizawa and tried to solve what it meant. The contents of this notebook state that she prophesied the great Hinamizawa disaster of 1983. According to her research, a UFO crash landed in Hinamizawa a long time ago and sunk into Onikafuchi Swamp. The UFO carried parasitic bacteria from space, and they began to infect the locals. The infected villagers began to behave extremely violently, so much so that they were fit for the word demon. Mio Takano insisted that this was the explanation for the myth about demons pouring out of the swamp. An alien who had survived the crash realized that the Earthlings had gone crazy because of the bacteria he brought in. and he decided to show himself to the villagers to help them out. This is how Oya Shiro-sama was born. The alien was able to cure the villagers with highly advanced technology, but could not eradicate the bacteria completely. Since the villagers looked up to the alien as some sort of deity, the alien utilized its status to hand down specific rules to the villagers in order to stabilize the disease. The bacteria took a liking to Hinamizawa's habitat, so when the carrier of the disease left Hinamizawa, their symptoms would re-emerge. Therefore, the alien made it a rule not to leave the village. This leads to the legend of the transcendence of Onikafuchi. The weird practices and miracles that the villagers performed were realized by means of the advanced technology that they received from the alien. Those maniacs do indeed have a colorful perspective on things, don't they? Do you remember Nostradamus' prophecies? People said that the world was going to end in 1999, but nothing happened in July, and people acted like they did not even know about it. Those TV shows made people as scared as they could be, and then ignored the fact that it did not happen. But Mio Takano did predict the Great Hinamizawa disaster. It is not a lie. Look at this page in the scrapbook. You must be joking. Akasaka-senpai, is this for real? As time passed, the bacteria stabilized in human bodies and became harmless. The alien and the bacteria began to fade away from people's minds. However, the alien has lived on for hundreds of years with the protection of the three families. It still lives on as the spirit of a deity in the secret temple of the Furude Shrine. The alien manipulated bacteria living inside of the villagers and maintained control over them for hundreds of years. The alien wanted to regain its power and started researching how to bring back the lost powers of the bacteria. Things get much stranger from there. People say that the disaster was actually part of the alien's plan to conquer the entire Earth by spreading the reawakened bacteria. The Japanese government has a secret division that fights against alien invasions, and they trained at Area 51 in the US. And they moved in to stop the invasion by sealing off the entire village, and they killed all of the residents by using toxic gas. Hey, there's a movie just like that. Some black guy is the lead character. What was the title? Am I something? Yeah, I know. It's too crazy to be real. But the writer of this bunch of bull, Mio Takano, was mysteriously murdered in June 1983. Right before her death, she gave the scrapbook to a girl as if she knew she was going to die very soon. That girl is known as Girl A. Some guy who investigated the case was able to track it down to a girl named Reina Ryugu, so now it's known as the Reina Ryugu theory on the internet. Reina Ryugu inherited Mio Takano's will by means of the scrapbooks. She tried to fight against the planned invasion by holding a school hostage and demanding the local police uncover the aliens' plot. Of course, no one believed her, and they assumed she was in a state of paranoia. Back then, people assumed that Reina Ryugu took Mio Takano's delusions seriously and was motivated to commit a poorly executed crime. When she held the school hostage, Reina Ryugu told local police that the alien was controlling the three families, and that was plotting bioterrorism on a massive scale. And the very next day, the Great Hinamizawa disaster occurred. You've got to be kidding. Couldn't it just be a coincidence? I don't know. According to people who believe it's not just a coincidence, there are many inconsistencies in the SDF's immediate sealing off operation. Filling the swamp with concrete is one example. Several of the SDF soldiers on duty at the time testified that some people were conducting secret investigations outside the usual geological survey before the area was closed off. Of course, those who think it's just a coincidence say that the researchers simply took precautionary measures to keep unauthorized people out of the area. I would have to agree with the latter people. People also question why they sealed off the village for such a long time. After its volcanic gas eruption, Miyake Island was only sealed off for 4 to 5 years. What happened in Hinamizawa was an exceptionally rare natural disaster, Yeah, it was sealed off for 20 years. I had heard that the residents of Miyake Island returned to their home island faster than was originally intended, because they had requested it so strongly. But in the case of Hinamizawa, there were no residents alive who wished to return in the first place. Perhaps the government took their time until they were absolutely certain it was safe. How about this one? The SDF members who were on the mission to seal off Hinamizawa had their blood samples taken periodically. Some of them were discharged from the mission without any explanation after the results came back. Some believed that they were using the members of the SDF as human test subjects to see if they got infected or not. I think they were just checking up on the members' health condition, since they were in the area where the gas disaster occurred. Besides, normal businessmen also take annual physical checkups, and they have their blood samples taken there as well. Yeah, I understand your point too. I have another interesting theory. There are some people who believe that there was no gas emitted during the so-called Great Hinamizawa disaster. No volcanic gas? What does that mean? Basically, what they're saying is that there was no volcanic gas and it was a sort of government cover-up. It's like in the Spielberg movie. You know, the one where humans make contact with UFOs. See, that's exactly how maniacs always explain things. What kind of basis do they have to say that there was no volcanic gas emission? Well, a bunch of these maniacs came to Hinamizawa as soon as the seal was lifted. According to them, the hydrogen sulfide in volcanic gas should have caused some corrosion to metallic objects and major damage to the wildlife. However, they found no such signs of disruption, which led them to claim that there was no volcanic gas to begin with. But this village was abandoned for 20 years. I doubt that they could find anything anyway. Well, that's the thing with the internet. You can't believe everything you read on it. Akasaka-senpai, please don't tell me you're buying these stories. At first I didn't, but lately I'm beginning to think that there might be some truth to them. You believe in UFOs? Come on. Well, what if this scrapbook is the real file number 34? This scrapbook is the one that Reina Ryugu possessed when she took the school hostage on June 25, 1983. It was assumed to be lost during the confusion of the disaster, but Oishi-san's old friend was able to locate it in an evidence storage at the prefectural police headquarters. Back then, Oishi thought Reina Ryugu was delusional, but after reading this again after the Great Hinamizawa disaster, some of the contents seem to hold vital clues. It's not the alien part that he was interested in, but her theory that an endemic disease, parasitic microbes, in Hinamizawa was responsible for the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Of course, there's no proof that such microbes existed, so it still remains at a theoretical level. Oishi-san says that the three families might have been researching how to bring back the original, deadlier microbe in order to revive the religious devotion the villagers used to have. The Great Hinamizawa disaster could be an experiment that went wrong. This theory is also based on the theories and myths he found on the internet. The village clinic's chief doctor died mysteriously right before the Great Hinamizawa disaster. A girl, Rika Furude, was brutally murdered on the night Reina Ryugu took the school hostage. There could have been an underground research lab beneath the village clinic, and Dr. Irie could have been forced to do microbiological research, but he couldn't live with his own sins and committed suicide. Rika Furude could have been brutally murdered and sacrificed for some sort of ritual ceremony in the name of Oyashiro-sama's revival. However, their experiment went wrong. Instead of the microbes being parasitic in the villagers, they became a killer virus, and they exterminated the entire village in one night. It is obvious that it was not a simple gas disaster. We cannot ignore the fact that one girl predicted a bioterrorist attack right before the disaster, and that several villagers died mysteriously, including Mio Takano herself, who wrote about all that in the scrapbook. It does not sound right to say that the Great Hinamizawa disaster was an unpredicted and coincidental natural disaster. When you read this, file number 34 is obvious. So you are saying that the Great Hinamizawa disaster wasn't a rare natural disaster, but that was in fact an act of bioterrorism by some cultists. In the modern era, where everyone in Japan knows about the shocking incident where a doomsday cult created nerve gas, sarin, and unleashed it for the purposes of mass murder. But in the 80s, the idea of a single cult being able to carry out such an act of terrorism didn't even cross our minds. Some also whispered that the SDF kept the area sealed for so long so they could study some lethal virus. But I am not convinced. At least the story sounds more convincing than the one with aliens and UFOs. The idea of cultist and domestic terrorism sounds more rational. Maybe there really wasn't a UFO that crash-landed. When Reina Ryugu took the school hostage, one of her demands to the police was to have them pull out the wreckage of the UFO from the Onikafuchi swamp. That's ridiculous. Well, even if I wanted to make sure if it's ridiculous or not, look at it. The swamp is filled with concrete several meters thick, and there's no way we can check. This is all because of that ridiculous construction that doesn't even do anything to prevent the volcanic gas. Well, then the only way to prove Akasaka Senpai's theory would be to find a survivor of Hinamizawa and try to find that microbe in him or her. Sadly, that's almost impossible. After the Great Hinamizawa disaster, some survivors were subject to a witch hunt. So even if there are any survivors, they won't tell you that they are from this area. Right after the disaster, some people who were from Hinamizawa started displaying erratic behavior. When they started dying mysteriously and committing suicide in strange ways, people got scared of them and chased them out of their neighborhood. The government was practically useless in protecting their privacy at the time, so the former residents of Hinamizawa lied about where they were from and have kept it that way since. In that case, it is a dead end. But it is my duty as a cop to keep trying. There is enough circumstantial evidence to say that the Great Hinamizawa disaster was not a natural one. If I could grab a hold of one piece of concrete proof, I think I could start reeling in the truth behind all of this. Yeah, but it's been over 20 years. The truth might be lying somewhere very deep in the darkness. That's true. I might not find any answers. It's already the 21st century. What happened in Hinamizawa in June 1983? The only factual evidence I had was that Mio Takano mysteriously died and left her scrapbook predicting a bioterrorist attack. A young girl took a school hostage to make people listen to this prediction, but no one took it seriously. The chief doctor of the village clinic committed suicide. People believed that little girl, Rika Furude, was a reincarnation of Oyashiro Sama, and she was brutally murdered. What was the truth behind this scrapbook? Was it written to reveal a huge conspiracy? Or was it just a bunch of delusions written by an occult maniac? If the contents of the scrapbook were true, the disaster could have been avoided if we had heeded the warnings of one girl. If they weren't true, then who created the disaster to follow the scenario of the scrapbook? After the sarin nerve gas incident, the words mind control came into the spotlight, in contrast to brainwashing, which can easily force a person to commit certain acts in the short term. Mind control takes a long time to gradually make a person believe that what he or she must do is the right thing to do, and to act upon it as if it were his or her own idea. It is a form of character alteration, which is far more serious than brainwashing. The cult behind the sarin gas incident induced fear and anxiety into its members through its revelations of doomsday. At the same time, they ordered them to do certain things as means of salvation, and had them do so voluntarily. The formula was quite similar to how Reina Ryugu became a puppet of file number 34. So does that mean Reina Ryugu was mind-controlled by someone? Does that mean that the cult that mind-controlled her tried to cause the end of the world in order to increase the credibility of their teachings, just like the other cult did? What would make file number 34 some sort of religious textbook for them? When I lose my grip on what's true and what is not, it sometimes makes me feel that someone might be laughing in amusement at this disaster. This scrapbook was like a script. It was a script for a tragedy that takes the lives of thousands of villagers in one night. It was a script for demons who laugh at that loss of human life. Someone wrote the script. Someone performed it. Someone watched the show and laughed. Damn it. What the hell happened in Hinamizawa in June 1983? So, even after all that, the Great Hinamizawa disaster still happened. So I guess that's what the next games are for, is to try to figure out why that happened. Now that we've pretty much figured out Furude is indeed some sort of multi-dimensional god, I guess she could technically be an alien too. I mean, aliens sometimes have the tech to do that, right? Staff room. Hello, my name is Ryu Kishi7. I hope you enjoyed playing Higurashi When They Cry How, Tsumihoroboshi. There are several themes I want to write in this chapter, but I would like to talk about one of them here. It's about the denial of murder. This is something I had to write sooner or later, since this is a novel about serial murders. There are two means that youngsters in particular use these days to solve problems, which are murder and suicide. When we feel stress, we choose to either get rid of the source of the stress or to get away from it. Let's say you are bullied by a kid at school. You have two ways to solve the problem. You choose either to get rid of the kid from your current environment or to get away from the environment itself. Usually bullies are stronger and have their underlings, so you don't stand a chance alone to get rid of them. It's also not easy to switch classes or to quit school, so you can't easily get away from the situation. As a result, the situation gets worse day by day, and your stress urges you to solve the problem immediately. And so you come up with murder or suicide as easy solutions, especially if you've seen it in the news and it just keeps happening all the time. If suicide is considered defeat, you would want to consider murder. I feel like there are many people who think that way. However, if you actually committed murder, it would not be easy to pay for the sin. I believe murderers know that well too, but you really hate the bully who pushed you to the limit where you have no choice but to kill him. So, with a determination that turns your entire life upside down, you commit murder. But if you have such strong determination, there have to be more ways to take than opting for murder, which should be the last resort. You can talk to your friends. If that doesn't work, you can talk to your family. If that doesn't work, you can talk to your teacher. If that doesn't work, then what? There have to be more ways. If you have the determination to give up on your life by committing murder, there have to be more ways. Our modern era is better than any era before it. There are many hotlines that you can call to talk to someone. Even if you don't have friends or family, there are many places you can go for help. The people who will answer the phone are not amateurs. They are volunteers, but they are also veterans who have worked as social workers or juvenile counselors for a long time. I can assure you that they have more social experience and passion than your parents do. People who work to help people for free cannot be bad people. That's actually not true, but yeah. If you feel like you have no choice but to kill the bully or commit suicide, please try to call those hotlines. I am going to repeat this because this is a fantastic point and bless the authors for putting this in here. If you feel like you have no choice but to kill the bully or commit suicide, please try to call those hotlines. People who think it is useless to talk to others usually haven't really talked to anyone. Have the courage to call. There will be somebody you can completely rely on at the other end of the line. Do not keep it to yourself. Talk to somebody. Ryukishi7 wrote such a long story just to tell you this. He must be a very poor writer. So Ryukishi-7 wants to talk to you all, rather than worrying all by himself. How can I write even more entertaining stories? You are doing a fantastic job. This is an absolutely entertaining story. And that is Tsumihoroboshi. So, time to move on to the next chapter. Maybe we'll get even more answers. Or maybe we'll be even more confused. Probably the latter because I am a slow turtle. Yeah, because there's 3 more games. There's chapter 7, chapter 8,